University administration colleagues. Katkasla khatnata. Humanita ono hiuta kapon katkasla. Et ono hiuta kapon kavichosa ni woki wong la kem kupiet katkasla. Lahan tukdekte tukteni huk tukteni yapsnyon katkasla. Hena unshita lakina tukdet wai waji yecha tukiet katkasla. Na huk masa faketa na huk Ashito ti checked spot Pakisha in Katsukashila, Hitchit Kamichosa the Yaki Tukashila. O Hitchit, Dana Winter from Katsukashila, Umanijiki let on the Hitchin, the Hitchin, or teach or Mitakuyasi.
Hey ha yo hey yo, hey ha yo hey hey yo, hey ha yo hey yo ho, hey ha yo hi yo, hey Eloi, o ka se la ya pe kawa pa ke na, o hey ha ke sni le na ji kelo, hey Ayo flatewa, oya deki haya, wichi chani chale chamu eloyo, ayelo kilamo.
Okay, we have anybody that needs to be excused today sometime or 3 months? Have one? Kathy?
No, I was waiting.
Anybody else? Did anybody, secretary, did anybody else call in? Okay.
I have to be gone for a couple hours from 1 to 3. I gotta do my Zoom call.
Okay. 3. All meeting.
This is really late.
This is running late, okay. We need a motion to approve excuses. Bill, Fremont, any question? Stan? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Go ahead, Micah.
Tomorrow we're having interviews.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
It's on the weekly calendar they put out.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Yeah.
Martha, do you have a comment, question?
I have a comment. Good morning. I'm kind of concerned about there's some homeless people in some tents up here. And there's a young man, a young boy that goes to school from there every day faithfully. I think we really need to address something or find them a place. And I think PD needs to go question this person. I'm not going to name names.
I did my scheduling at home and they conflict with some prior commitments that I have made. So from the TUC and the governmental affairs, I'll be stepping down.
Okay, they're conflicting, so she's stepping off TUC and governmental affairs. We need a motion to accept her resignation off these committees. Ray, second by Fremont, question by Emily. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. And so we have to fill those positions, so I'd maybe recommend that and suggest that we put Butte Creek on these committees. That's just a suggestion, so
Motion to seat them.
motion to seat Butte Creek on those two committees, TUC and governmental affairs. Need a second? Jordan, question by Ray. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Jordan?
Thank you. I just wanted to give Martha an update about that family up here. I talked to them this weekend and I think that we got them into the shelter up in Rosebud. But I don't know if that's where they want to stay.
Yeah.
So if they keep going back, then I guess we're probably gonna have to talk to them and figure something else out. But we do need to talk about the homeless situation and mission as well, because I get worried about them. It's getting cold and that shelter's still not open, but I know the women's shelter has a lot of issues in it, so it's gonna be a long discussion with that as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mila, go ahead, and then Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. I wanted to, I know we have a lot to talk about. I know we have our agenda here, but yesterday, under new business, I asked for ARPA and CARES. I would like to discuss.
Yeah, I did call Jim White this morning. I told him to come down and have all the finances that he needs to give us a report.
So will that be?
I asked him to get, we needed to hear from him before the day ends.
Okay, great,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
All right, appreciate it.
Chris? And then Ray.
First off, I'd like to apologize to all my elders in the room and actually express myself in the next 3 minutes that I have allotted. First off, I'd like to address the big elephant in the room and the big elephant across the Sichanga Nation, and that's the, again, like Lila talked about, the ARPA funds. To make possible whenever they get here to request the motion to have an audit done on the ARPA funds, because $200 million in funding, and what did we do with it, you know? Just right here in our Constitution, it states right here that, you know, tribal council shall develop plans and consider implications of the decisions they make for the next 7 generations. The next 7 generations will never know what ARPA is. And next is, you know, myself, I feel like we should really hold ourselves accountable and the transparency that we have as elected officials to all past, present, and to all past and present officials as well as the administration who took more than needed for personal use. You know, how can we get that back? Just throwing it out there, I guess. And a possible to run a motion so that in the future all 20 legislators as well as the elected administration to run a motion to put an end to us hosting events such as Youth Day or anything else, especially during the election years. We have 3 years to do big things for our nation. Why do we wait till the last minute to do big things? We should be doing big things every year, every meeting for our nation. And we also have programs in place for these days. You know, we should be supporting our tribal programs instead of putting them off to the side and trying to make the legislative people in here do all these things. You know, we just make the rules for them. We don't, by any means, we're not by any means the ones that should be micromanaging them. And then lastly, executive meetings. My first meeting yesterday, and 5 hours into it, we already went into an executive session. And if I'm honest, it was for no reason at all. I don't believe in them, and for the record, I won't be a part of them going forward. I feel like anything that has to pertain to personnel can go to our president. that should go to our president and our constitution, as well as if it's legal, again, I believe that should go between our tribal attorney and you, Mr. President. And if we need to make a motion on the decisions you guys make, then we can do that publicly. And lastly, I addressed it last night and or yesterday, and that's our phones, the group messaging. You know, this is my first year, and right off the bat, my work cell phone that I was issued is already going off with group messaging. And I know my grandfather's went off a lot too. And there's no reason for that. We're only legislators when we're in this building, when that meeting begins. And then we're no longer legislators after the meeting. And so I don't feel that we should be doing anything, or we should be, I don't feel like we should be talking about anyone else or other programs outside this office space in a group chat. That is a complete violation of this idea of transparency that we all say that we're all, pushing for. If we're really here for the people, we really need to put it into the politics and be leaders, as we are, as it says in our Lakota traditions and our values, Our Lakota virtues are here. It doesn't say selfishness, it doesn't say greed. It says compassion, respect, honor, love. And, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to speak for my allotted time.
Great.
Good morning, council, administration, listening audience. When we talk about homelessness, during committees, can we have Skyla here as well?
Sure.
To give us an update, because I do have concerns, and especially with our trailers. And the other thing was the ARPA minutes. I know last month I made a motion that we get a minutes digest for all our new council and also us, where we, all the minutes that all the meetings took place, so that way everyone's up to speed on what went through those. So, Madam Secretary, has those been completed yet?
Almost. He just made it a couple weeks ago, so I'm still working on it.
Okay. And then the other thing about the youth day and all that, I made a motion last month to have a special meeting for a youth day report and the Rosebud Fair report.
Okay.
And I don't see that scheduled, so will that be scheduled this month? So
I can do that next week. I was going to go to Coalition of Large Tribes next week, and I felt that you guys needed me here, so I canceled the trip, and we're going to try to schedule in meetings next week. I'm going to have some meetings with the directors, talk about finances and some other stuff that we need to talk about. Try to schedule in maybe some more meetings in for next week to continue our training, our planning. So, Ben.
Yeah, real quick here, Mr. Chairman. I guess just to reiterate, good morning, everybody. From yesterday, I know we discussed the election thing with the Butte Creek. I'm wondering if we established a PR person or anything yet on that. But I would like to at least get somebody, either you, Mr. Chairman, or somebody to either get on the radio or the media, social media, to let them know what was decided, so that way everybody is aware of that. Because a lot of people don't know, and I guess assumption is one of the biggest things. So I don't know if the election committee, election board should be doing that or something, but again, the PR, public relations person should be in here somewhere, should be doing that. So I think if we can get that out there, I know there was questions about it yesterday, and I got a couple questions about it last night too. So I'm just thinking that if we could put it out there, because again, I could say it too, but again, it's, if it comes from the administration or from the election office, it's a little bit more credible. So that's what I'm thinking. So again, if I could do that, but that's just a recommendation. Thank you.
Ray?
Yeah, I kind of want clarification on that as well. I know this past spring, the then Budget and Finance did a contract with an individual for public relations stuff. I asked the Secretary Office to pull that contract so we can look at it and see what it all entails, but they weren't able to find it. So I think that needs to come back for discussion and get clarity on what that individual is supposed to do. So I believe at the time they were supposed to sit in council meetings and summarize every meeting to put it out there for the people, but that hasn't been happening. But thank you for bringing that up, because we do need to discuss that as well.
Okay, we have our agenda set already. We added to it yesterday. Let's continue on down. We're back up to the constitutional officers. I asked the new CEO of the hospital to come in today as well. When we're ready for her, I'll call her down. She said she just needs a call and she'll come right back down. So her name is Marlene Wakefield. She's a previous CEO at Pine Ridge. And she transferred, she came over to Rosebud, so she was selected to be CEO of Rosebud, or whatever they call it. It's a new position. It's not CEO anymore, it's CES or something like that. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a different title to it. So it's supposed to be to have more accountability as far as qualifications for that position. So that's what they based it off of. But we'll start with my report. Yesterday I told the council that we have a number of projects going, and as we go along with our meetings, I will be calling people in to give you updates on what we got going. One of the things we have going is this broadband infrastructure grant. Last year we got $48 million to do infrastructure for broadband and internet services. This all started back when the pandemic happened. We had went into the pandemic, and we had kids on one class over the internet, and we found out very quickly that internet services were not very adequate for the internet service provider that was providing them. We had little service or no service at all in some communities, and I found out some of these people in Spring Creek down there in Grass Mountain area, and clear over Norris and Corn Creek has little service over there, so there's no way that those kids can go online. So we tried a few things as far as hotspots for people to be able to do that, but that didn't work out. We tried bringing in Verizon with DishNet, like a satellite dish for internet, and we tried that, and that didn't seem to be working down in the spots that the communities that weren't getting very good internet service. So all of a sudden, this infrastructure grant came along to be able to provide internet services for tribes. So we applied for it. We got the grant. We're in the process of right now. We hired our contractors. We hired our contractor. It's TLW, and they're the ones that are going to erect the towers. We're going to have 22 towers go up. We have 22 business sites that the TLE has approved for us to be able to use for these sites. We're working on the rights-of-ways to the roads to those towers. We're waiting for environmental assessments to be done on those sites, and also the archaeological studies that the TIPO needs to be done. So we're kind of waiting on those. We have a KLJ, another contractor, doing the rights-of-ways and the easements for. It's all coming from the village. It's coming from our one that's going to hook up our service is called CenturyLink, our Lumen, and they're coming and they're going to lay the fiber for us, and along with TLW. The person that's going to provide the equipment to the towers is called I-9. Also, they have another name for it, but I can't pronounce the name right now. It's something something it's called. But they're going to provide the integration of the equipment. I went to Phoenix last week to meet with some of the contractors and get some more information. They had FCC there. They had NTIA there, National Telecommunications Information Administration there, the one that we got the grant from. They also had NTTA, which is the National Tribal Telecommunications Association, that helps us, advises us on how we're supposed to go and how gives us training on how we're supposed to implement our internet services when it's here. So I learned a lot about internet service providers. I learned a lot about fabric mapping as far as the services that are provided here and the money that's available out there to get internet services as far as subsidies for internet services. And then we had meetings with our contractors. One of the big meetings we had down there was with Nokia. Nokia is going to supply the equipment through I-9. I-9 is going to integrate those, install the equipment, and I-9 is going to charge us for the services. So something we knew that they have a license fee for Nokia, and so we're going to go in that process of negotiating a software agreement, a licensing agreement to use that. But that's moving right along, and we're hoping to have probably services, everything lit up probably by next year sometime.
Hopefully by June or July.
Well, by June or July, so all these communities and, that are not getting any service or not very good service, it's coming, so, we got 22 sites. The only thing we run into is that part of the design, they were trying to put a tower up here, right here on the campus beside the technology building, and I don't think that's a good idea, so we're gonna work with them, trying to move that one location to someplace else, so, so just something to take back to your community and say, hey, this is where we're at with our broadband infrastructure, and as far as getting the internet service providers, Redco is designated kind of to be going through that process to be our internet service provider. Unless you guys tell us otherwise, they're going to go through that process to set up to be the internet service provider. So we also have one of our other tribes from Cheyenne River. Her name is Mona Thompson. Has run the telecommunications down there for many years. And she kind of leads the way in providing these services to the tribes. She is actually retiring, and we might be able to get her on as some type of consultant to help us with our ISP down here, getting it all set up. So, Ben, did you have a question?
Just real quick there, Mr. Chairman, do they have to pay for this? They're gonna have to pay for the services, the communities or anything, or how does that work?
Yeah, in the end, there's going to be a fee for it. We're going to compete with Golden West. So Golden West is providing a service right now, but they're not providing the service that they should be. And so in some areas we have no service at all, like I said. And
yeah, just real quick one too, is it wireless or is it hardline? It's
fiber optics.
Yeah.
And it's going to be on like a dish network type of thing to your house, to your it's going to be set up like the satellite dish.
Chairman, the initial grant is going to be primarily wireless. We have such a large area to light up, so that in order to get everybody lit up, it's going to be wireless.
Okay. Chairman.
Kathy?
I'm gonna wear red tomorrow so you can see me. I have a couple questions. Like the communities that aren't getting it, do you have a list already developed on which ones don't have it? Because if you do, I'd like to include Soldier Creek, because they're right down in the certain area in Soldier Creek, there is no service.
The design that they did was to include all the communities that did not get service down there, and I know that's a dead spot down there too. And they got one going out there by Adult Corrections, right? I think that's where we're gonna go on the south side of the road, but there's all those archaeological things on the other side, so it was deemed we couldn't put it on the north side of the road. So.
That was going to be my next question. Are we making sure that we're following the TIPO?
Yes, we are.
Site surveys?
That's
okay.
That's what we're waiting on. So.
Okay, and then in conjunction with what Ben brought up, are you going to be looking at doing a tribal rate?
I think that's why we have this fabric mapping. It's called fabric mapping, where we know where all the services are provided. FCC has that map, and I don't know where they give information. I think that a lot of that information was given by Golden West.
Yeah.
We need to go in there and challenge some of those services that are being provided because they're not there.
Yeah.
So we're working on all the places that are not being provided service, and those are going to get it first.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know on the Golden West service, like on your bill, it has like people that have handicapped and people that are on certain income guidelines, things like that. You elderly, then they get a different rate than everyone else. That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Those federal services will still
Yeah. Those funds are also, will all be available to us also.
Chris?
Just for clarification, because So this broadband infrastructure, we're going through a different program other than Golden West, right?
Right.
So broadband is the satellite internet, right? Like it comes from satellite.
Yeah.
No?
No,
It's not satellite.
it's
Not satellite, but like satellite internet. Like it comes like wireless. Wireless.
Yeah.
So yeah, satellite internet.
Satellite internet would be like, that company says it in.
Usenet or Skype. Yeah.
And then this is different, it'd be.
Okay. And so all we're just waiting for though is just TIPO to dig.
Yeah, we're waiting on the environmental assessments, and we're waiting on the TIPO surveys. Once those are completed, we can move forward with actually constructing some of the towers.
Okay.
And so,
Lay fiber to the tower, and then the tower will repeat.
Well, I know that could be a fiber optic transmission. My mother's house does. And that's how,
okay, if there's no other questions on broadband, it's something that we're really proud of. We had a tough time getting started on it because according to this grant that was applied to, they had to have all these people in here that we could possibly use. We didn't have to use them, but they were written into the grant, so it became a while. So we wanted to re-advertise, like for procurement purposes, to make sure that we got contracted. We weren't breaking procurement or anything like that. So went through the process of hiring the contractors, and we're on our way. So it's moving forward. I just wanted to make that report on the broadband infrastructure project. So the next thing I need to talk about is something that we're working on is a conservation reserve enhancement program. We went through USDA, and we were part of that program where they're doing some conservation efforts on tribal land. We applied for it, and we're going to enroll some of our so many acreages into our CREP program, we call it. And we hired Emily to be our person that kind of got the ball rolling, and she's been going through a process as far as figuring out what kind of how much land we're going to enroll into. I think we're going to enroll eventually 570,000 acres of land. For each acre of land that we got enrolled in that program, I think it's $15 an acre. We can use 20% of that $15 for administrative type costs. But I'll let Emily kind of take over if you don't mind. I've been kind of following it with Wayne, and eventually we just turn it over to TLE because that's what they actually do. So I'll let you tell about what you were doing at your office, and then I'll let Cleve talk about where they're at with the GREP program over there, and then we'll go on to the next project. So.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, I don't have an official report or anything. I can get something together if that's needed, but just a little bit of background. I was really excited to be part of this. I think for the last couple of years, and even before that when I was still working for the tribe, a lot of what I did was try to bring resources to the tribe, but also try to build capacity within our tribe to make sure that we have the planning, to make sure that we have the capacity local to accept any kind of support that's coming down. To kind of partner with that, I think I brought the background of not only as a biologist when I worked with the natural resources, but also from like the habitat, the grassland background that I have also as grassland conservation. So this program, in my mind, would be the really good first step for us to establish better management of our grasses. To me, I always am looking at this bigger picture. And how it can fit. And so my long-term goals and how this can all fit is making sure that our people have access in perpetuity for generations to come, making sure that the grass is functioning as an ecosystem, not necessarily as a form of money or a form of income. And also making sure that our people have access to the land in the way that it fosters strengthening our connections to our Lakota identity. I think that this could be the very first step to make sure that our tribe and our nation looks at our management of our land more broadly, so that it's not just revenue income. Because I think if we can look at it bigger, we'll still get that income, we'll still get that revenue, but we'll get so much more. So to kind of back it back up to CREP, so this is an opportunity for us to incentivize better management of our lands. When I first started, I kind of dreamed a little bit too big, where I was ready to, do better management plans, conservation plans for each tract of land, involving water, involving climate change, involving our wildlife, and including our people. Because what's often missing in both Western science and our Western governments is our people are often seen as separate or above or superior to our natural world. Whereas Lakota people, we know we are part of that. And so if we can get back to making sure our management plans say that and incentivize that, I think that's how we can get back to not only making those connections, but also making sure that we have better management long term. So CREP provides an opportunity in the form of financial assistance and other assistance to, like I said, incentivize better management. And so it's actually, this first step is just regarding how we graze grasses. When we start haying, when we put the animals out, how often we do. But there is the potential to grow beyond that, to include things like fire, so that our operators that want to do better management aren't having to take that cost or take that hit out of their own pocketbooks, that we will be able to provide funding opportunity on the side for anybody who wants to do better management that might cost their livelihoods a little bit. So because there's so much opportunity in this, we really wanted to take it slow. Not only is this a great opportunity for Rosebud, this is a great opportunity for other Native nations and tribal nations within South Dakota and beyond to be the whole, the whole nation. And so how can we be a good example? Not to show this is the only way to do it, but that it can be done so that other people can learn from it. So initially we try to look at tracts of land that were already kind of managed by the tribe, so that we would be able to kind of mitigate and minimize the, not necessarily the risk, but just there's so many moving parts. There's so many different entities. You got BIA, you got TLE, you got SOLA, you got land operators, you got the grazers, we have wildlife. There's so much going on. And so initially we kind of identified game fish and parks. They have some great range units, but a lot of the range units have trees. And because of the trees and the grasses, that kind of put a barrier, I guess, initially. So then we kind of switched to look at, what is it called now? Wolakota, with the Chamuco. Because again, it's this big, nice, contiguous piece of land that the tribe has control over and management say in it. So I think that was kind of discussed that might be the first one that would get approved. I think it came in from the council, if I'm correct.
How many acres was that, Emily? Do you remember?
I'd have to look it up because there's a total acre of Wolakota, but these first initial signups wasn't the total. I think it was like 2 tracts, and the USDA tracts are different than the tribal tracts, so I'm going to have to look at the actual acreage. But it was a smaller subset of that bigger one, just so that we can, how is sign up going to go? What does it actually look like working with FSA, NRCS, BIA? What are all these moving parts? We just wanted to get it done just so we could have an idea of what an application process should look like, what a sign up process should look like. So I think whenever it came in front of council, if I remember correctly, it was determined that that whole thing, this whole program may be best fit under TLE because they're already having similar management kind of things. So what I've been hearing is maybe they need more staff, or they might need to be able to do some planning internally before they're ready to go, but that's happening. And so for me, now that I have that background of how this started and now having been in this seated in this leadership position, I really want to know how I can provide enough knowledge for our leaders so that they know that first they know about it, but that they know what the options are, so that they can then we can then make the best decision for our land and our people and our future. Oftentimes, I feel like sometimes things are rushed, or maybe depending on what outcome you want, it might only get presented one-sided. And so I really want to be able to provide an opportunity for all of our leaders to ask questions, to make sure that they understand what potential this has, but also understanding that it's kind of on a timeline, right? Because we had this signed up for all year, and we haven't signed up anybody yet, and that's going to close at the end of September. So really, we kind of missed out on this first year because we haven't signed up, which is fine. No other tribes have signed up. But because the funding is limited on it, not limited, but because we just want to get started and there is a timeline about it, we want to get people signed up as soon as possible. And so when we go into this next year, if you're signed up October 1, you'll get the full year. If you get signed up after that, it'll be prorated depending on how many months you're signed up. So there's different types of funding. There's the per acre funding that you'll get depending on how many acres you sign up. The tribe is eligible for $15 per acre for that. This leadership, this body needs to determine what's going to happen to that. What are the parameters about that? And I think if we can have a good conversation about how this looks long term, then we can then give better direction to TLE so that they can then have better direction on how they're going to implement those. So there's that part, but there's also other assistance that they could get cost shares on, like for internal fence, for water, for things like that. And so there definitely needs to be not only education for our leadership, but then there needs to be an even bigger education opportunity for the general public, and then our operators and the people who are, are going to be hopefully benefiting from this.
Wait, question, comment?
It's important to be said that it's not just operators of like leasees, but the allottees and assignees can sign up on the lands that they have.
And that's a good point, because when they sign up, they will sign up as the landowner, whereas the other ones that we're talking about now, the tribe is signing up as the landowner. And the reason why that's important is because we need to make sure that when we have the sign up open for everyone, and we have the application process open for everyone, that we're considering all these moving parts, because BIA will play a big role in those instances where the allottee is the majority owner versus if the tribe is, we would have a little bit more say in how that's carried out. There's also the issue of the term of the lease is up to 15 years, which from a conservation standpoint is very important. You need that long-term longevity to have a real impact. But it doesn't necessarily coincide with our lease limits. They're a lot shorter. So we need to be able to have a say in how that works. And so there's a couple options. I think there's the option of signing up as the tribe as the owner, having the leasee or the manager, whoever's going to be out there on the land, they'll sign a different form underneath that, and then if their lease is only for 3 years, at that time we'll have to file different paperwork with USDA that will just change out who that leasee is. There's also other options where the tribe would maybe sign up and we would have a different agreement on our own that would be separate, because based on the land, based on the plan, based on whatever activity is going to go on there, the rate at which they might get the incentive might be different. The amount of incentive that they might get might vary. And so we might want some flexibility built in on our end to be able to have a say, so that it's not straight across the board for every single tract of land, when we know every single tract of land is very unique.
Where do landowners sign up?
Right now, I don't know. I don't think we've opened it for it. Eventually, I'm assuming it's going to be at TLE, but those aren't my questions.
Let's let Cleve take over and talk about what's going on over there now. So,
good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Council. We've been involved in some of these discussions on CREP, and there was a lot of questions that myself and the staff had regarding the program. But last week, September 7th, Zach Duchino, who's the head of Farm Service Agency, who used to be a council person at PW, came and his staff, and we had a long, frank discussion of what this program is. So myself and the staff and the travel staff got a better idea of what the way the program is going to be carried out. And at TLA, we have to put together a plan on how we're going to do this. I would envision an additional 3 or 4 people we'd have to hire for compliance, and somebody helping with the technical person, dealing with the plans and then just office staff. But, as I understood it in that meeting, the tribe's gonna retain 20% of that $15. And, the rest of the money that would be left out there would be available if somebody had to put in a fence. Somebody had to do water, drill a well, or hook up to, an existing well, or the money would get put back into the land. Of course, I was here before as the superintendent. You know, we've always needed to put improvements on the land to make them better. We need to dredge, stock dams, and there's a lot of busy work out there that needs to be done. And so far, we haven't really put that much into it except for the fencing. But as I understand it, that other 80% will go back into the program and be used for those type of activities. So we got our marching orders. The council, past council made a motion for us to manage it. We had this meeting last week with Zach Duchino, and I think we're ready to start our internal meetings, and we're going to have to invite Emily, since she was a big part of this, to help us strategize on how to put together a plan to get people signed up. As I understand it right now, Cobb County is the only county on the reservation that's going to take part in it. But that's like Emily said, taking the baby steps, getting somebody signed up, and then go full blown after that.
Where do they sign up? Where does the individual sign up?
Well, it would be a TLE. Yeah. And,
I get a lot of calls on it, so.
Yeah.
And some people said they signed up, so I don't know where they signed up for that.
Probably an FSA and whatever.
If it's outside of Todd County, they can go, but the FSA office has been kind of referring anybody internally Todd County to us. And I've just unfortunately been having to tell them we're not ready for a personal sign up, individual sign up right now until we get these initial ones up. Which is why we were hoping to get the one that we presented for Wolcota in the system so that we can start that process of what it's gonna look like so that we can open it up for public sign up.
And the way that I understand this pot of money is, right now, there's a national pot of money available for this program. And what I understand is Zach Duchino at FSA is trying to do is kind of carve out a little piece of that for Indian tribes. Because Indian tribes haven't been a part of this program in the past. Like Rosebud, Pine Ridge, Eagle Butte, or large land-based tribes.
Indian tribes or trust land.
Or what?
Couldn't sign up for the lobby program.
Yeah.
Trust land is big in general.
Yeah, trust lands, yeah. So now we got our chance, we need to put this program in place and do it right. And, right now, those are kind of the guidelines, marching orders we got, so we're, just got done with our board meeting the other day, so now we've got to put the staff together and come up with some concrete plans, at least a draft to present to our board for this. Any questions about that?
I don't have a question, I just wanted to offer, Cleve mentioned that it's only open for Todd County now, and the last meeting that we had last week, we were informed that the EA is scheduled to be completed by the end of this month, September, and so after which, once that EA the environmental assessment gets completed, it should be opening up for Millette, Tripp, and Gregory, and Lyman.
900,000 acres.
Kathy?
A listener just messaged me, and as you said, and as Emily has mentioned, we don't have enough staff yet, and that may be an issue. So this person mentioned that producers were not invited to the meetings, but they could help with this if they're invited.
At the meeting with Zach Duchino, a few of the producers showed up. And the other part of this whole program is the education part. And I see that being a big issue, not an issue, but a real push on educating the public on what this program is, what kind of benefits. Of course, we have to have willing operators to help us carry this out. And, the majority of our operators are legitimate and they do what they're supposed to. It's just them helping us put improvements back into the land with this pot of money that we're gonna have. And it's really a great program. But yeah, we plan on including the operators in comments we have, or, how can we do it better?
Yeah. So are you gonna be having like another public, like, informative session for the poor people on it? Because this is the first I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Visiting with her about it.
Yeah, we're just, like Emily said, we're like in the baby steps of this. Just putting this something together and getting it out there.
Okay, thank you.
Emily, and then, Ben.
I just also wanted to say, I'm really a big proponent of outreach and education, especially for our people. I pushed it from the beginning, and the reason why we haven't, or why it didn't go as far as I hoped, is because we didn't have enough direction and enough decisions made from the leadership level, where if we would have went out, we didn't have enough answers for people, that people already had questions and we didn't have those answers for them. So at the time that was discussed, it was decided that we needed to do some internal work with all of the moving parts for the entities between tribal, BIA, USDA, everybody, finding out how it can work, what's going to work, what are the parameters, what are the specifics for the incentives, because that's the big thing is the money. And so we were told last week that they're actually looking to provide another incentive that would go directly to the leasee or the operator or whoever is going to be carrying out some of these things, so that there doesn't have to be, kind of an internal conflict between how to make that incentive stretch. But I also think this leadership definitely needs to help give direction to TLE on what we want to incentivize as far as what is good management, because this is very low level as far as just like I mentioned, when you hay, when you graze, those types of things, but there's also the potential to expand and do more. And so I think if this body can think about that and how we want to prioritize the management of our lands. I mean, there's tribes in Canada right now who are using these types of incentives to take back land that has been subleased or leased to non-members or overgrazed for generations, and using that incentive to take the cost away where the tribe is still getting a cost per acre, so it's not a total loss of revenue, but then they're able just to let that land sit for a year or two, or they're able to burn it, or they're able to bring back maybe some of their traditional knowledge of how to manage land, and not necessarily just this grass-based, forage-based, AUM money type thing. So I just want to make sure that that's the type of thing that we're also thinking about, not just how to get it. And then again, if we can go back to the education part, I asked him when she was here, which was the senior level USDA, if there is funding for that, and there definitely is funding for that. They definitely have capacity within their staff at that level to help with webinars, to help with flyers, to help with meetings, to get that out. But we also have to do the work locally on what we want those incentives to be. What are we really incentivizing, and how to best bring our people into the conversations, because I think for a long time, everybody's kind of been doing their own thing. So anyway, sorry to ramble.
Ben, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I know this is probably just coming out there right off the bat stuff though, so was this just handed into giving you guys just the okay to do this right away, and were you guys prepared for this, or? I mean, I know you have to have more personnel and stuff. So, I mean, and there's got to be a contact person too. So I'm kind of hoping that we have that over there. If you're going to take on this big responsibility, to have somebody there who they can go and contact. So all these people who are listening or watching this, to say, well, we're going to call TLE and we're going to find whoever it is there that we need to talk to. So that way, it's not big old confusion of what's going on. So, but was that something that you guys was just given to right off the bat, or did you guys know about this ahead of time? Or?
A motion passed about a month and a half ago, and, they just need to call TLE, ask for myself or Lisa Colom, our lease manager. As we develop this program, we'll get more education out there. It's not, we've got to work with the operator, have their input. What kind of, do we have rotational grazing, wells, whatever they need out there. And then we would provide that. Now these leases that involve the crap could be anywhere from 10 to 15 years long. But the other part of it is TLE leases out agricultural land, which means for grazing or farming. Now through the Land and Natural Committee, the BIA manages the ranges, which each region is probably 2,000 or 3,000 acres. So we're going to have to pull the ranges into the land. So there's, almost 1 million acres of land up there that will be impacted by this, so. It's gonna take a big effort to get it all in, but it'll be good. It's sorely needed for years.
Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking that if we, again, here, I'm more about communication and putting it out to the people, kind of giving more insight of what's going on, rather than just kind of throw it out to them. This is what's happening. A lot of people are saying, yeah, it's like Emily right there. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of information coming in here, but I mean, to kind of see what's happening, I think the educational part. So to me, I think if you have something there, a PowerPoint type deal where people can actually watch and let people know about it, I think so that would be a good informational tool for all the communities and any other landowners that may want interest or find out what's going on with this stuff. So, but anyway, those are my comments there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we bring up a good point, PowerPoint. Yesterday,
Wayne had a comment before we move on.
I just want to make one comment. This program is available because the grasslands area up here, upper Midwest where we're at, is one of the fastest diminishing ecosystems in the world. It's diminishing even faster than the rainforest. So if we don't get a handle on this in the next 5 to 10 years, there isn't going to be no natural grasses left up here. So that's why this is available. And they're looking at the tribes to help spearhead this and move forward because we control the majority of this land. So Emily is right. We all need to really think hard about how to get this land managed, how to preserve it, because we have a good opportunity now. Just make that comment.
Go ahead, please.
okay, yesterday, I understand there was a question of who selects the council reps or Tribal Land Enterprise Board. Keith handed out our bylaws, which were created in 1943, and some amendments throughout the years, but section 12, subparagraph B states that at a regular or special shareholders meeting, the shareholders would select the council reps. And if you read further in there, the council reps are on for 2 years at a time. Back in 2007, when the tribe had a secretarial election and changed the council terms to 3 years, the bylaws weren't changed. So the bylaws still state council reps stay on for 2 years, and then we have an election. That's not to say that that same council rep can't get back on the board, because we've had those examples that happen like that. But yeah, it's the shareholders, and right now we're kind of loosely planning for a special shareholders meeting mid to end of October to select those people. Meanwhile, the council reps that are on there now continue to serve until we have that special shareholders meeting. So the tribe itself has 1.1 million shares in TLE, and of course the tribe is the majority owner. So every council member that I have that shows up at a shareholders meeting, you divide up those 1.1 million acres. So the council ultimately, if you look at it like this, have to say so on who gets on the board or not. I guess this last shareholders meeting, I think we had two council reps there, so each one of them split up the 1.1 million, and then as the meeting went on, different council reps came in. So it's important that you guys be at these shareholders meetings because they have a lot of impact on what TLE does through the board of directors. Had another thought. So yeah, it's important to have you at those shareholder meetings. So. Any more questions?
Thank you, Cleve.
Okay. Thank you.
Council, I'm gonna move on to the next thing that we were utilizing it. We're utilizing it. It's not a program, but it's an opportunity to use BIA as far as their 105L leasing program. What does that mean? We found out that they offer not a program, but they allow for the tribes to build buildings, provide to some of our 68 programs for new facilities, and they would actually pay for those buildings to be paid off if we went out and financed a building or something. We had Kiva Institute, Ben Navongsa come here and do an assessment with all of his architects and his designers, and they they went through and evaluated a lot of the buildings that we needed to replace. And one of them was, they felt that we really needed new law enforcement, a road department, what other, a justice center. So we can utilize this 105L leasing to be able to pay for new buildings. So I'll let Wayne explain that, because we actually created a position up at SRD for somebody to move this along as well, and to work with Kiva Institute to make this happen. I'll let Wayne kind of explain where we're at with it and how many facilities that we're planning to be able to utilize this program with, or this 105 leasing.
There are two different parts to this. One is existing facilities we have to get them up to date and enroll them in the leasing portion of it, and the new construction for us to design and build a new facility and have them paid for the mortgage. As the chairman said, Ken brought some engineers out. I think there were 23 buildings that they reviewed. St. Francis School or two AC and adult corrections, all of our existing tribal buildings. And we're gonna file an application, number one, to get all of those buildings current, so that they'll meet all codes and they're all in good condition, and then enroll them in the leasing program so that we'll get paid to the lease by the facility. And then two, these three buildings that he's talking about, the PD, the road maintenance, and the Justice Center, we're hiring a architectural engineering firm to design those buildings, and we will build them, and the government will pay back on mortgage. We hope to have this package complete, so that right after the first of the year, we'll submit it for approval. So we are getting close.
Ben?
I have a quick question, Chairman. Are those buildings going to be upgraded where they're at? Or are you going to put them in a different area? Or?
For example, St. Francis School, because it's 638, all those facilities over there, the old ones and the new ones, there was an assessment done on what it needed to bring those buildings current standards. So we will, all the money is in current standards, and then we'll get paid back through this 105 leasing for the improvements and the annual leasing of the facility. Same with our JDC and our adult corrections, same way. Because the law says that under 93-638, the tribes are given the authority to provide those services to its members that the government would normally provide. So there's the direct funding that we get, there's indirect cost that we get, and there's a direct contract support cost that we had to fight for years, and then there's just 105 leasing that provides for the facility. For the first 25, 30 years, we only got two. We only got the direct funding, funds all our programs, and the indirect, which funds our operation of management systems. It took us years in a court case to be able to get direct contract support, which provides for us the ability to go out and do this 105L leasing. And in the law itself, there's a 105L section that provides how we're going to get compensated for providing those facilities. Since Congress, all they have to do is appropriate money for these buildings. We don't have that money, so they have to give us a way of building that facility that's not costing us out of our pocket by those services.
Yeah, that's one thing I think of. And I know we had other buildings out there too that still need to be looked at, but I think these are just, what I take it, it's under 638, all these federally funded buildings and stuff is what you're talking about and stuff. So that's why I was kind of curious. We had other buildings out there that need to be looked at also too, and possibly upgraded too for a lot of purposes to help the people. So, but anyway, I know there's 638. So
and right now, we just been concentrated on VI, but IHS also does this. But I think they took some initial looks at our ambulance building, and if we want to build a new hospital, this is one avenue we could build build a new hospital, or any kind of facility we need to provide our health care, this program is available to do that.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I'll talk about the nursing home. Okay, we've been talking about building and replacing our nursing home for quite a while now, and I think it needs to be done. Where we need, went down to, Shakopee's, a couple months ago, and we talked to the chairman at Shakopee and about, providing some type of grant to help us move our nursing home as far as getting a new nursing home. We also talked about the tribe being able to put in some funds to do that, and we need to have some discussion on that later on, how we're going to come up with the funding. The Shakopees can't provide a new grant until their new fiscal year, so that's coming up here, and so we're gonna actually submit something from a proposal to them. So when that time comes up, we got confirmation from the chairman at Shakopee that he's in support of giving us another grant to help us build a new nursing home. So I'll let the treasurer talk about what the tribe needs to do as far as funding this new hospital venture. So nursing home venture.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, this nursing home was built like 46 years ago. The tribe took ownership of it, I think in 1997 or 1998. So we've owned it now for 25 years. So it's in real need of repair. For years, the nursing home struggled to be financially stable. But about 6 years ago, we made this contract with this management firm. Now the facility is very financially solvent. They have over $1 million in bank account. Then recently, the nursing home in Martin is closing. One in Winter is having difficulty staffing, so they're only taking like 10 or 15 residents. So our nursing home is getting pressure for new residents, but we can't handle them because we need to expand. So what they've done is that they've put together a financial management team, and they want to sell bonds. But in order to do that, they have to do all of this upfront cost. So they're asking that the tribe put up $600,000. They have $500,000 themselves they'll put up, and they want us to ask Shakopee to put up $500,000. That then would get them to I think 4 or 5 of those are going to be special units to be able to take care of exceptional patients. As the chairman said, we met with Chairman Anderson at Shakopee. He's willing to support our proposal to go forward. That won't happen until after October, but it requires, he wants a council resolution to accompany our request. This is something that needs to be done in the next few months so that they can be ready for construction by next spring.
So we'll continue the discussion. We'll have our attorney, our in-house attorney, draft up a resolution, basically tribal council requesting from the Shakopee a grant money for the design and to build a new nursing home. And then we'll talk about the amount that we need to come up with as far as the tribe, as far as planning for that and the design. I think we were suggesting that we use some of our ARPA funds, or unobligated ARPA funds, to be able to fund this nursing home. So when their Jim comes down here today, before the end of the day, we'll talk about how much unobligated funds are left and how much we have to work with. So, and that we'll save that discussion for then. Emily and then Lila.
I just have 2 clarifying questions for me. Is this for a new build of a new facility?
Yes.
And then if so, has the location been determined to stay there, or is it going to be moved maybe?
It's going to stay there, and we're going to utilize the, what is that called? The geothermal wells that have already been put there. So they got the infrastructure, we'll use that, and we'll build it right beside the old one. So.
Thank
Lila?
Thank you, Chairman. As we're talking about these buildings that, we could get paid back for. I worked with the, homeless youth shelter, and, that is a huge need. We have maybe, I'd say, even up to 60% of young children, high school age, that are homeless. They have nowhere to go. And without thinking, we re-traumatize, we re-victimize them by trying to, you know, we'll just take them and think about it. What if it was your kids? How would you feel? You know? So we have a facility here. It really needs help. I worked there for 3 months. It's nice out there, you know, there's a lot of potential. I was talking to Dwight here, you know, he has horses, he's a horseman. There's so much that can be done with that place. And the children there, the kids, the Rosebud children are a priority. They, you know, work with them, and it's different. And I like it because it belongs to the tribe. It's ours. So we say those are our children. They're our children. And we have a really awesome staff out there. They struggle, they struggle, but they're there every day. We had 2 graduates out of there. The other one, he's in Minnesota. Yeah, he was in Minnesota right now. The children, they had Lakota names given to them. Just really awesome things. But you know what? We got to start back there. Things aren't going to get better until we take care of what needs to be taken care of. That is a factor of what is this homelessness. Families don't want to be broken up. But in that case, in that scenario, if we build or continue and add on to this facility and pump money in there, do all this, and I'm really appalled. I'm very appalled that that place isn't a shining bright star out there. Instead, we have JDC. We can prevent those things. But to me, that's, you know, we're just moving along with the system. The system doesn't fix things. They just take the situation and traumatize our kids. Take them to court. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but to me, when I was that age, I would freak out sitting there in front of a judge, you know. I know times changed. I know some of our children, they need that discipline, and the courts, they do an excellent job. They are there, but we gotta look at that too. Not only making, you know, the programs that, you know, where the incarceration rate, you know, is getting higher and higher. We need to look at preventative measures. Prevention. I never hear that word anymore around here. Prevention. We need to have that. We need to have our programs come in and start working with our youth, our young ones. Some of them, they want to get emancipated. And they have goals, they have visions, they have big dreams. And, you know, they told me, I want to be on council. They watch this stuff. And, you know, they're just amazing. You know, we had other children come in from our sister tribe, Oglala, and then we had, but you know what? To me, it doesn't matter. Oh, those are their kids. Those guys. No. We're all Lakota children. And we should not, you know, do that with them. So I want to put a reminder to all of us that, you know, our age groups from now, it seems like 13, 12 even, they're on their own. That's a hidden world in a way, because we don't want to re-victimize, re-traumatize them, but we got to start working with families. We have to start finding ways to work with families to keep the unit together. And sadly, housing is the situation. There's really no issue, but then there's nowhere to go. So what does the system have to do? They got to take the kids and they have to put them in JDC because there's nowhere to go. And that shouldn't be that way, but they don't have that choice because we don't provide that option. And I remember when I first sat here, I don't know if you remember, Mr. Chairman, but I talked about having not social workers, not that word, but remember I was like, we need people to come in and do that kind of work. Maybe family wellness, or we can call it something, but we need people to go out and help these families. And we're not going to really get anywhere if we don't start thinking about that. Our youth, they have big dreams. But, you know, if we figured out however we're going to do this and added to that, there's land out there, beautiful land. There's a lot that we can do. Equine. They can do all kinds of stuff. But it's not like that. You know? And it shouldn't be that way. So I think this body needs to look at that. Like you said, there's extra ARPA dollars. You know, I'm like, where's the stash? You know, let's get it out and let's make good use of it. You know, those housing, they're nice. They're really, they're nice. They're fixed up very well. But those kids need things to do. They go to school. Those kids go to school every day. They're in school, they're in sports, they're in everything. And I really, my heart is there because I've seen it myself. And right now, the program, you know, we got to do some changes here because there's so much under health admin and that plate. We got to look at this stuff and put some of these where they need to be so we can work with it. So, you know, I wanted to throw that out there as we're talking about buildings. How can we add to them? You know, maybe that's something, I don't know if that would fit under what, you know, we're talking about with the Bureau, or if it would be a Shakopee grant. So if that would probably go to SRM, right?
Right.
Okay, so maybe we can, you know, take that to them at that level too. Okay, thank you.
Ben?
I got a quick one, Mr. Chairman. This whatever healthcare facility, I know you guys you're going to build another 52-bed building right next to the existing one.
Right.
The plan. What are we going to do with the existing one?
I think it needs to be torn down.
Tore down. Okay. So the other thing too is I would like to probably go out and see if there's a lot of our other buildings that are in the same shape. You know, because I know we get clouded about saying, you know, hey, we got to get some money to get a new facility stuff, which is great and stuff too, but we got to look at our existing buildings too, because why did that building become, you know, extinct? So I'm kind of curious that we need to go out there and make sure that these buildings are capable of, or even sustaining people in them, keeping them in there, you know, because it's going to get cold, you know, hot, all that type of stuff. So, but again, that's kind of what I'm concerned about is the existing building, and then, you know, what's going to happen to it, things to that effect. I think people are going to ask about that too, especially when we get a new building in there. So, but anyway, thank you very much. That's what I think.
You can see we have a lot of opportunities to do things here, and we're at office and Wayne. Like I said, when you guys were all sworn, I was very fortunate to have Wayne as part of my chief of staff. He's very knowledgeable. He's wearing many hats with the tribe, so we work together really well, and we're going to continue to work together as far as being a treasurer. And I did hire a new chief of staff. It's Travis Jensen. He came from the ARPA office to come down to be my chief of staff. So just want to let you know that he came aboard today. So orientate him, and he's going to do the same thing as far as being knowledgeable about all this stuff and all legislation that's happening up in that national on the Hill, state and federal and tribal. He's very knowledgeable about it, and I think he's going to be a good chief of staff. So just want to let you guys know that. The next thing I need to talk about is the gaming compact. Go ahead,
Just a
Ray.
quick question on the nursing home stuff. I see there's a total overall project cost on it. Is there any more information on this? I mean, is there going to be more services included in this new facility for our elders, like dialysis and other?
Scott and I asked for a complete business plan, and then they're getting that ready for us. I just wanted to get this out in front of you to let you know that it's a priority to get it done, but that information should be here in the next week or two, and I'll get it out to you.
That'll be good to see. Thank you.
Next thing I need to talk about, Kathy. Go ahead, Kathy.
I'm gonna put that red shirt on yet, Scott.
Okay.
I had a couple of things I wanted to bring up. With the nursing home, in the past, and I'm just gonna mention it, I'm not going to push it.
Yeah.
But in the past, when we sat here for the 6 years, the nursing home always came up, and Shakopee did help us before in the past, and there was like the management of the funding that came didn't quite work out as it had been planned. So I'm surprised to hear, and it's kind of good that Shakopee wants to help us again. But at that time that I had brought up, and I see it's mentioned in what you handed out to us, that there is a resolution in place to keep it there. And the letter states that the current residents and staff were asked. But at that time, what I tried to do is open it up to everyone. Not only people from that area, but people throughout this reservation end up in a nursing home at some point in time. I know that it's really hard with the one in Martin shutting down, and winter had its restrictions, and now our nursing home is a bigger need than ever before. But it's not restricted to just the people there in Millette County. You've got people here in Todd County. And in the past, I brought it up that I thought it would be good to move it closer to our facility because of what Ray just asked. I dealt with people, my deceased father-in-law was there. A family member would have to go and get the patient and bring them here for care, for physical therapy, for dialysis. When there's an emergency need, trying to get them over here to save their life. You know, that distance between the hospital and the nursing home could be a matter of minutes, whether our elder lives or dies. And so at that time, I brought it up, suggesting that it would be really good. Our dietary at that time at IHS was willing to help with the preparation of meals. It would have been something really beneficial. And, you know, bringing it up again, you know, that all comes back to me that I really tried hard to make a facility that's available for everyone. One of the things that is never mentioned is that people that live in St. Francis, Spring Creek, Grass Mountain, to the east of us, that's quite a distance to go see the relatives. We actually went over there and talked with residents ourselves back then. E.B. Boyd was the health administrator. We went over there for a few visits and looked at some of the conditions. We actually witnessed a few things that had occurred while we were there, and that even more kind of ignited that need to have it closer to the facility, to the hospital. But I just wanted to mention that, whether anyone here is interested in bringing it closer or not, it's for resolution, and I know that we can make amendments to resolutions because it's not an ordinance. But, so I just wanted to bring that up. And talking about ordinances, I just want to remind administration that in the Constitution, when you bring in political appointees, they're supposed to go through this committee before they are designated to any area in any program. So, you just mentioned that, and I've kind of pretty much, I'm certain that anybody in this body were not aware that you were bringing in a new political appointee. So I really think that we need to stick to our Constitution, and when things like this occur, we need to do them accordingly and not just go ahead and do it because it's always been done in the past. In order for us to be on track, we all have to do that. So I just wanted to mention that for the information of everyone sitting in a circle with me, that there are procedures that don't get followed here. And we need to get back on track with them. Thank you, Scott.
Very good.
Thank you for bringing that up, Kathy, on the nursing home and the location. What I would like to see is us take it back to our communities and have a discussion and bring it forth. And I understand why it needs to stay in White River because of the geothermal stuff, but it'll be nice to get our community input on it as well. So that is a good point to have it
The White
closer.
River one could always be used for a assisted living. There's other uses that it could be.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Okay, talk about the gaming compact. I think the last compact we had was probably back in 2009. I believe, does that sound right, Wayne?
It's been a while.
It's been a while, so we've been trying to negotiate our compact, gaming compact for quite a while now. So we needed some expertise in that, so we hired Mark Van Norman to be help with our negotiations, and we went through that process of doing that. And Mark Van Norman, I think he was the director of NIGA, or I think it was National Gaming Association. So he's very knowledgeable about how to negotiate this, and we did come to some type of agreement. And I do have a resolution to approve the agreement. It's on some kind of conditions, like we talked to you before. The old council, we talked about adding more machines to our facilities. In case we decide to expand, we would have the opportunity to have more machines. Right now, we have probably about 250 machines out to the casino. We had plans to expand into winter. That kind of stopped, and we just kind of stalled out with that. But we went through the process. We did come up with an agreement, and at 11:30, I asked Mark Van Norman to get on Zoom and to talk about the negotiation process. And we did negotiate 1,000 machines, but there's some conditions to having that 1,000 machines too. We base it off equity as far as what other tribes have gotten. Sioux tribe has received 1,000 machines, so we asked for the same. And we really stress the equity of doing the same for all tribes that have casinos. So at 11:30, he will come on board here, and we'll talk to him about that, and I'll pass out the resolution to approve that agreement, if that's what you guys want to do. So that's a lot of discussion. Otherwise, if I told you all the activities that are going on in the tribe that we deal with every day as far as administration, I'd probably be 2 days. So I just kind of highlighted the ones that we're working on now, and some of the new stuff that might be coming up is we're still, and we did I can say that we were really active in DC when we have these meetings down there. So we have everybody that went to DC participates in the discussions. They're very meaningful discussions about what the tribes need and how we're going to go about doing it. So one of the things that I really stood out down there was when we visit the Secretary of Interior's office. They always in the habit of going down and chewing the Secretary out for things that we need and things that are not happening, and their responsibilities to the tribe. But we heard through the grapevine, so through some of their assistants, that hey, when you guys come to the Secretary of Interior's office, bring us some suggestions. So instead of sitting there chewing us out that we're not doing our job, we got to trust responsibility. They know they do, but bring us some suggestions so they can work on them. So I think we need to get in that thinking mode as far as any agencies that we visit down in DC, that we need to come with a plan. And we were talking this morning with Wayne about our priority list as far as moving forward as a tribe for the next 3 years. We need to have some priorities. So I think we need sometime during one of the council meetings, we need to have somebody come in here and actually prioritize our what we need, what we want to see happen in the next 3 years. So we need to go through that process again. Ben?
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Chairman. How many projects do you think your office is working on? I mean, right now, like how many projects? I know you just mentioned that it'll take a couple days if you were to relay all the information.
Well, we also have the housing project that we've been trying to move along. We're trying to develop further as far as how people are going to qualify for these houses when they get built. And share presented a plan, last month, is that 2 months, 2 months ago? And we're kind of thinking about how we can provide these houses to people who can go through some type of finance training, some type of home ownership training, and make them eligible for young families that need a chance to have a new home. So we're thinking in that direction. We had a meeting with HIP 2 days in a row, talk about HIP funding, that maybe we can switch gears with HIP funding as far as new funding coming in, maybe using that for some type of down payment assistance to help people finance houses, homes, and so we got some ideas. We just need to finalize all that stuff here.
Yeah, I'm just curious how many projects you're working on, so that we have an idea of what it is, so that way that information you can put out there too, because I wouldn't know that either. I wouldn't know what you're working on that's going to help the people and stuff, because again, if it just comes out of nowhere and nobody knows, like, oh, I didn't know that was coming about, but if we can get a copy of that, if it's not privileged information, if we can get a copy of that, just so I can say, well, this is what the chairman's working on, and this is what we're looking forward to in the future here. So that's why I'm asking, because again, we could sit here with your report for a couple of days here. I might be willing to find out, because there's a lot of great things that should be happening here on the Rosebud here, so that people can be benefiting from it. So that's what I want to find out, just so what we are working on and where it's at right now. So the project from beginning, middle to the end. I mean, so these are things that, again, I know the public is interested in, especially if you're going to different areas, different entities to do things and stuff. So to me, I want to be able to see that too. I want to be able to find out what's happening. So if I would be able to get a copy of all your projects, that'd be great. Just so I can say, this is good. This looks like a good opportunity. So that way we know what's happening as we move forward. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman, if that's possible.
All right. Lila?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was all for the location of our nursing home being centralized to Rosebud, and we talked about that back in the day again, and all the reasons why, because it's really a tough situation for families when they have to deal with making that decision for somebody to go to nursing home. But the residents there, that's what they asked for. So I know that there's a lot of money, the things we need to look at of what's better, but you know what? We're not all from White River. And it's close enough, but still, we utilize our own hospital, and we should be utilizing our own hospital. So, as the community up there is growing, we probably should really look at that again. And I know that we want to hurry up and do these things, but what is best for our people? Our people, we never get to make decisions about what we want. We're always being told what to do. And that's that thought about the systems. They don't work. And we don't get options. But we should talk about those things here realistically, about the cost, but also what do we want as a tribe? What do we want? The other thing is talking about our projects with these houses. Mr. Chairman, every day I'm getting a lot of calls and texts about people needing a home. And I was told that the tribe, and this is just going off of what people told me, that we got 100 houses. And I know that, St. Francis, they're really doing a good job getting those ones up at the school. But how many are actually available?
We did talk about how many we're actually going to build. The cost of materials and all that stuff has went up since we talked about it. We came up with a plan to do this. We also talked about and those are like 3-bedroom houses that we're talking about. It's approximately $300,000 to build a house, the infrastructure for it, there'd be foundations, everything. But we can build 2-bedroom houses. The OHDC just hired a architect up there, so we can even offer people to go up there and design their own homes. If they wanted to finance them through someplace, we would be able to do that with them. So there's all kinds of opportunities to be able to do that. But we have to make that decision here, how they're going to qualify for them and actually approve something. So.
And that priority list, and that's what I was gonna ask you too, is that hasn't been, you guys didn't do anything there yet about, who qualifies and all that yet?
No, I'll let Sharon go ahead and talk a little bit about that. She's been working on that really hard, and thank you for all your work that you've done for that, so.
Okay. I think we could set up some time too, if you guys want to do it this afternoon, if we do it now. We could go through the whole PowerPoint and look at it, and that way you guys have a big overall idea. Sometimes it helps just to have the visuals, but as far as the 100 Homes Project, the goal for this council, the former council, is to try and incentivize our working people and also free up SWA's housing list from working people. And the reason we want to do that is for recruitment, and we would like to incentivize a lifestyle that says, get a job, get your education, don't start having children right away because it's going to get you a house and get you up on the housing list. We want to really try to bring homeownership to a reality. We know there's not a cookie cutter answer to it. It's not going to be one type of house that's going to save all or fix all. But right now, everything's pointing towards subsidizing and helping with homeownership. So as far as the homes go, we don't plan on taking applications and approving people as the legislative body. We want the process that already exists to do that. So those who want homes, we're going to have a select few. We're going to have some rentals. We're going to have some homeownership and some on the 501 leasing. Was it 105?
105
I always get that backwards. Okay, the 105 leasing project. So we're going to have those three types. And from there, those who are going to seek mortgages, we want to really support them through the HIP program as well, because the HIP funding, which we have a resolution coming forward to try and reallocate some funding, so that way it can help people with down payment assistance. And up to 15% or capped at $20,000.
Will there be any support for people that already have mortgages?
I don't think that was even discussed, but thank you. We could talk about that too, as far as assistance goes.
Go ahead, Emily.
I just had a question on, was it council who determined the priority of being, for working? And I was just wondering, because there's such a vast need that we would think that we would work for greatest need as far as homelessness, from the bottom up. And the only reason why I'm asking is it seems like, as I've been not a tribal worker for the last couple years, a lot of our tribal programs seem to focus on supporting tribal programs and supporting tribal employees rather than supporting the Oyate as a whole. Whereas if we could focus on the Oyate as a whole, all of our tribal workers would be part of that. And so I was just wondering where that prioritization came for because when we're talking about homelessness, this is a basic human need that shouldn't be based on if you have a job or not. So I was just wondering why that was prioritized. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll answer that. So it's prioritized so we can continue to have a revolving funds to continue to build homes. Otherwise, if we focus on we're going to build 100 homes and we're going to give them to the most needy who can't afford to pay for them, then it's 100 and done. So if we do it this way, I really should have pulled up the presentation. But if we do it this way, we can profit, and with those profits, turn around and build apartment complexes, elderly complexes, or whatever we need to with profits. But also, there's the whole situation that we haven't really discussed yet with OHDC about their building costs. Because right now, we've calculated at about $120 per square foot is what it's costing us to build these homes. And
we'd say like 60,000 of that, half and half, 60,000 towards, the building materials and the other 60,000 towards the labor force from our last meeting that we had. So, with that, you know, they're not cheap, especially with the fluctuating costs of construction that have recently increased. But right now, we've given OHDC upfront funding to mobilize and purchase the materials. So we haven't decided yet how we're going to get reimbursed for that. And there's still more houses to move forward with. So we even talked and discussed about the possibility of, rather than giving them the money, lending them the money, and then that way we can make some profit off of a loan. Even if it's a low interest rate loan, we could get money from the loan that we lend to OHDC, and then, or we can do a profit split when the house is sold. But we would still, you know, need to be reimbursed for that money.
Also, housing is getting ready to tackle the 95.
Council, I know this is really important and we need to continue discussing it, but we have Mark Van Norman on it. Can we go to him and then come back to our discussion? Chris, did you need the floor right away or can you wait?
Wait.
Okay, thank you.
That's something on it. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion to approve 2023-298.
Need a second? Sheriff? Go
I'll
ahead.
start at the fourth whereas. Whereas the United States Congress has enacted the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act 25 USC Section 2701 sequence requiring Indian tribes to enter into tribal state gaming compacts to conduct Class 3 gaming agreements. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe and the state of South Dakota have agreed to the terms of a tribal state gaming compact for the tribe's Class 3 gaming as authorized and may be authorized under state law. And therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the gaming compact between the Rosebud Sioux tribe and the state of South Dakota for the continued operation of Class 3 gaming conducted on the lands of the Rosebud Sioux Reservation, and be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux tribe or his authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign the gaming compact on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Okay, is there any comments, or do you guys want a little time to review it before you actually vote on it? Is there anything that catches your eye in that gaming compact that you have questions on?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ray.
So I guess on page 8, with the number of gaming devices, there's some conditions that I guess Mark had mentioned, and there's certain money that's supposed to be allocated to a certain program in order to increase our gaming devices. Yeah. So would that be part of the payment already made, or would it be an additional amount to that?
I'm not positive, but the way I interpret it is that we get 500 machines free. And once we ask for more than 500, 250, then we have to read that money. And then from 250 to 1,000, even more.
So if we increase that though, would that be part of the payment that comes to the tribe?
This compact doesn't have anything to do with the payment that comes from the tribe.
No, I understand that, but like a lot of it has to do with the alcohol program if we want to increase.
Yeah.
So would that just be let's say we go to 600 gaming devices.
Yeah, sure. So all they're saying is that the money that comes to the tribe, if we want more than 500 machines, we have to agree to put so much money into the alcohol.
Okay.
And we already do that anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something we already do.
Are there any other questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
So Wayne, do you feel that that's a
I really don't think we're ever going to be in a position to need more power machines.
unless we open another facility?
If we open another facility, then it opens up the gate for capacity. So.
Fremont.
Where are you gonna get 1,000 people to gamble?
And that's just it. We're not gonna get there, but we still wanna get the same, treated as the same as the other tribes. We're allowed up to 1,000. If we use that much, I don't know, but probably not.
We can't even fill this one
Yeah,
up
yeah,
here, let alone
yeah.
another casino.
yeah.
Thanks, man.
Any other questions? Not, Chris?
I know it states on this one side that when it comes to the law enforcement area that none of it has to interfere with our sovereign nation. But I was curious if any else of that's our tribal attorney to look through and see if anything else will interfere with our
Giving up our sovereign immunity?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because well, regardless of what we do, we gotta protect our sovereign nation.
Eric, can you answer that disagreement?
Why don't you ask Mark that? Let me look for the agreement.
Mark, the question is that anywhere in this gaming compact does it give up any kind of sovereign immunity?
No.
That's okay. No other questions, I'll call for the question. Question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks,
Okay,
Mark.
thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, council, we want to go back into the housing discussion. I think we left off with Chris, so.
It really wasn't necessarily about the housing discussion. It was more so about your comments after that due to, with the Secretary of Interior.
Yeah.
And hearing through the grapevine and how we need to go up there with, plans in place.
Yeah.
So that we're not just getting mad at them.
Yeah.
And, anyways, I guess just throwing it out there, just the main plan that we should always be going back to is our treaty rights.
Right.
We, demanding the best healthcare, education, and the food that is rightfully our own, that was promised in these treaties. Because regardless of how much time passes, these treaties are law, and we still abide by these treaties. As well as all the land, but from the west of the Missouri down to the Black Hills. But the most important thing is our funding. I understand that we're allocated a certain amount of funding, but it gets distributed through the whole through all Indian land, and we got to figure out how much we get through that, correct?
Right.
And so, our main basis of plan and operation should be demanding more money, so that we're, the United States government always wants to talk about this idea of being equal. Well, obviously, based off land bases and how big reservations are, there's going to be other reservations that need more than certain ones due to the fact that our population is much bigger. Not only for our on-reservation members, but for our off-reservation members as well too. Like, we really need to look at that holistic picture of demanding this stuff for our people. And, next time we go out there, we always go back on our treaties if they want to talk about having a plan.
Yeah, and we do that too. We do that, but we need to do it more diplomatically, I guess. I've seen some tribal leaders just chew them out, and that's not how you approach them,
Oh, definitely.
So, that's the end of my report. Kathy?
Before you end your report, Scott, I have something that I wanted to ask about. And I don't know if you all discussed it already, but I was sent, do you all know what the IMDG is?
And what?
IMDG? It's a lawsuit that's from Fort Belknap Indian Community Planning and Development Corporation, DBA Island Mountain Development Group, Jeffrey Stiffarm, Gino Lavaldo, Derek Azure, Brian Ling, and Curtis Horn versus Jennifer Waddell. It mentions Rosebud Sioux tribe throughout this, so I'd like to know a little bit more about it, maybe because it's a court order, maybe we shouldn't do it right now, but I would like to know, because when Redco was trying to reach out and do that lending program like 3 or 4 years ago, and we stood up against, I'm one of the main ones that stood up against it because I was concerned about our financial situation if it wasn't legitimate. And I think after that fact, when we had met at the casino, I don't remember how long afterwards, but they did go under, the people we were trying to reach out and be a part of. So when this was sent to me and asked me, before I even stepped in here, I read it. And they asked me, why is the Rosebud Sioux tribe a part of this? And so that, that's what I want to know. Why are we a part of this? And if, we're not mentioned in the plaintiff verses, but throughout the body of this is Rosebud Sioux tribe, Rosebud Sioux tribe. If we're being mentioned, and if it's something that was a part of Redco is a chartered entity of this tribe. And so I would like to know why we're mentioned throughout here. We're not one of the people mentioned in the complaint, but Rosebud Sioux tribe throughout the body of this, it raised concern with me as to why. And I don't know if anyone sitting here before we came has any knowledge of it, why it wasn't discussed with this body, because it mentions the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And when it mentions this tribe, those of you sitting here, all of us should at least know what's going on. Why is our tribe mentioned in this lawsuit? And it's a lending. And it even says it was brought to the body. Maybe it's not true because it sounds like there was some false allegations made within it. But it raises concern for me for our tribe. So at some point in time, I would like to know what happened with it. Why are we involved in it? And is it something that Redco included us in? Just the nitty gritty of it?
For one brief statement, this Sioux you're talking about came out in Turtle Talk yesterday. So that's when we all found out about it, was yesterday.
I've had it since last week.
Well, we only found about it yesterday in Turtle Talk. Nothing, no notice was given out or anything. But what they're alleging is that Rosebud was going to participate in this lending program, which is totally false. There was one phone call made to our director, asking our director that if their corporation was under, the Rosebud would be in a position to help salvage their call center. And the director said we could take a look at it. That was it. There was one conversation, there was nothing else ever done but that one phone call. And so now what they're trying to say is that this lawsuit is alleging that their attorney was working with Rosebud to do all this stuff, which is totally false.
So what are we doing to protect ourselves?
I'm not sure. I think that the board and the chairman, OJ, are working as a lawyer to try to figure out what our course of action is.
Okay.
There is no course of action against Rosebud. They're saying that attorney breached confidentiality and reached out to Rosebud to hand us a portfolio. There was nothing of that except for a conversation of whether or not we are in the business to do that. That's all it was. And
But
so
still,
there is
Rosebud
no,
tribe is mentioned.
it doesn't matter. It's not a legal action against us. They're saying she breached her, there's other names that are thrown in there on if she breached her confidentiality as their attorney. There was no action taken, so there's no action against Rosebud Sioux tribe.
I know you're taking it very lightly, Wayne, but because the tribe's mentioned in it.
Because I contacted the attorneys, and the attorney said there's no action against Rosebud Sioux tribe. So you can't, what action do you want taken?
Yeah, well, Wayne said they just found out yesterday, so when did you contact them?
2 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah, Emily and then Ben. Emily, do you have a question, comment?
I have a comment, but it was, I thought you were at the end of your, thing.
I am.
Okay, so it's just about this morning, and I don't know what the right course of action, I don't know if I can make a motion or recommendation, but this morning when we were all arriving, the handicap spots were all filled up, and one of our council reps had to walk all the way from the back, and so I was wondering if we could take action at this level to make one of these, designate one of our handicap spots for him, so that he always has a designated spot when he arrives.
I will do that. I'll do that. You don't have to make a motion, okay?
Thank you.
I'll do that. Ben?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just wondering too about that, I guess, with Kathy's situation on that too. So I'm concerned about when we get mentioned in any public type of forum, I think, whatever. For me, I believe that you as the chairman should take some kind of action as a chairman to do that towards those people, just to say we're not part of this. Because otherwise, if you don't say anything, and people has that mentality out there that, yeah, well, Rosebud Sioux tribe is part of that. Well, geez, does anybody say anything? Well, I haven't heard anything. So if we ask you verbally, you could say, well, yeah, I have nothing to do with it. Well, show me on paper that you denied that you say, I'm signing my name as the chairman of the Rosebud Sioux tribe saying we denied that. That's what I'm saying. That's all that's going to come up to me anyways. Because again, we got to take some kind of stand one way or another. I mean, we just can't stay silent. We got to make sure that we have some kind of a stand on what we're going to be doing. So, but with that, I just want to make sure that your report. I mean, I would like to get a copy of what your projects are. That's the only thing I'm going to make sure that so that way we're putting it out there, saying we're doing things
I was
first.
trying to get a it out on the communication site that I had some people writing a kind of a history of the CREP program. I wanted somebody to explain the 105 leasing and that kind of stuff. I'll get that out to you.
Okay, good, thank you, thank you.
Right.
Okay, that's all that.
And Ben, on that other talking about, did have a conversation with Mark last night and late, and he's gonna work on some kind of
I got it on,
response that we can get to their
I have to
chairman.
look, I think I got it Monday or Tuesday.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Emily?
I know we talked about it earlier, so I apologize for kind of being repetitive, but I didn't know if I got a answer for like action, but it just seems to me like there's a lot of need to have a public relations person, and I don't know if, I thought I heard earlier somebody say that we might have somebody on contract, but I don't know if we need to go to a committee first or what the course of action would be to ask that we actually have a permanent position funded and developed that would be for public relations, that would work with our communications department, but would also work with our secretary's office to make sure that when situations like this arise, that it's taking some of this kind of privileged, important information, but getting it into a public aspect so that our people are brought along with us, not having to hear word of mouth or something like that. So I just don't know if we need to make a motion so that it's officially an action is taken, or do I need to go to committee first, or what that process would be to make that an official?
There was one person put on contract to do exactly the reporting from the council. They're supposed to put announcements up, any kind of PSA or anything that would need to go out there, that person's supposed to have done that. And I think they worked through the council to do a contract.
And the reason I'm asking is because to me, this seems like a very important position, but it also will be coming with a lot of privileged information that I feel that needs to be a permanent position, not necessarily somebody that's on contract. And so I was wondering what that process would be to make sure that we first can look at the contract to make sure what it is, but also I think long-term and more appropriately, it should be a permanent position that is advertised and discussed and then seated.
Okay, that would be a good motion to make, and we'll find the money to do it.
I'd be happy to make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Motion to advertise for how do you want your motion? And go ahead.
Sorry, first time, I'd just like to make a motion, and again, I don't know what the proper procedure would be, but to establish a permanent position for a public relations officer. And
Why don't you make a motion to advertise it? Because we'll have to go to budget and finance and look for funds.
but I think we'd have to create like a job description and have to, and I'm just wanting to start that process. I don't want to like say, we're gonna hire tomorrow or advertise tomorrow. I think there needs to be discussion from this body about what those needs, what those requirements, what that full scope is gonna be before even attaching a budget, because if you don't know what their full scope is gonna be, how can you address what that value is?
Personal.
Great.
Yeah. Can I just add some input, I guess? Maybe make that motion to direct the business office to create that, 'cause at personnel level, we directed the business office to create job description, scope of work, and a budget for a civil rights office. And she has been working on that, so maybe we can task the business office with creating that job description and the budget, and then come to personnel, and then budget and finance, and the council for final approval.
Yeah, so can we add the drafting of that in there and then it'll come through the appropriate channels for approval?
Need a second? Great. Any more discussion? Chris, question?
Question.
Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, that's the end of my report. You have AHS sitting here. Do you guys want to take a lunch break and then Martha, and then come back with
Motion to approve your report.
motion by Martha to approve the president's report, second by Emily, question by Fremont.
I actually had a question about your report before.
Okay, go ahead.
So, I know I always get like labeled as picking on the ARP office, but I'm not, or a particular person. But it concerns me that the CEO of ARPA is no longer the CEO of ARPA. And I would like to see or hear some closing remarks and some reassurance that the direction of that program is gonna be just fine without that position. And, if that can happen, soon.
Okay, we'll do that during the ARPA report, so we'll talk about it then.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
All right. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2,
Motion carried. Lunch break, hour. reports. We want to do the vice president, and I'd like to take care of IHS. She's been sitting here for a couple days now, so we'll do the vice president's report. He has something he needs to do, take care of some business, so he wants to do the report. After we get done with IHS, we'll go back to the secretary's report and the treasurer's report. Okay, ready, Mr. Vice President?
Good afternoon, Council. We enjoy your presence down here, so that's why we made you stay for 2 days.
Hey, happy to help.
My report is really nothing, just really short and brief. It's never anything like the chairman's report, which is pretty in-depth, and he has so many things going on in his office. In my office, this month we had an unusual amount of requests for electricity to help with electric bills. Well, we did as many of those as we could. We tried to go as far as the funds will go every month. As you all know, we got a budget for 12 months a year. So you have to divide that by 12, so you know what you got to spend each month. And that way you can stay within budget. And we're finishing out the year with a little bit of savings, a little bit of money left over. I'm pretty happy with that. I didn't have to come back to council or back to committee and ask for more money. It's to me, that's embarrassing to come and have to beg for more funds, so we won't do that. We're to the end of the year back there. We've had to kind of struggle here the last few months. We moved money around within the budget so that we'd have discretionary funds. Had some travel money. I don't travel, so I have money there that was laying there, so we moved some of that over to discretion. We use some of that. Like I said, we're doing the electric bills. I don't know why so many this month, but there was an unusual amount of requests. And I believe the line item back here for medical travel was, am I right? Was that depleted? Is that?
For council donation line item, it's
pretty well.
Yeah, it's depleted for new fiscal year. So
I thought that because I had a lot of medical travel requests too. So we done as many as the budget will allow, and then we have to stop till the next month. So, and I know the weather's changing because I got my first request for a load of wood. So we know winter's on the way, and oh, right now, I'm going to be leaving here in just a few minutes, but I'm trying to secure a good used mobile home for a family up here on the hill. We're going to get them out of that old trailer house up here that should have been, I guess it was condemned, and we never got around to, getting it out of there, whatever, and the family moved in there, so we're worried about that. We don't want them in there any longer. So I'm going to Mission when I leave here. I got 2 trailers over there that I'm looking at. I might be able to secure 1 or 2. But if I can secure both of them, I'm just going to take them both. And that way I always have one, like a spare, so to speak. I had one over to St. Francis for quite some time, and I just gave that away to the Little Thunders out at Farmley. So looking for a couple more. Those I'm going to purchase so that we don't have to go through all the problems we go through at finance trying to secure something, buy something, then come back here and take a vote on who's going to get them. If they're my trailers, I can take them where they're needed. I don't have to come here and bother you guys or budget committee or finance. That's about it. That's all I have. Like I said, mine is really short and kind of pitiful compared to the chairman's report. So, Kathy?
Thank you. I just wanted to give you my explanation of probably why you're getting those requests now. You know, all that, the ARPA funds that came in and everybody got either their electricity or their propane. I for one, got the electricity and I have not had to pay a bill, but not this month, but next month, I'm finally gonna have to pay a bill. So if people budgeted it right,
So you
it lasted all this
didn't come from the
time.
office?
No. No, I'm just like, that's probably what's happening is that, that ARPA fund that we got help from Leah with, I think it's probably finally getting to the end for a lot of people, and
Yeah,
that's probably why they're coming now.
Something like that.
Ray? Yes, thank you. Do you have like a formal application process when people are requesting all this stuff from your office?
No.
No? So they just come in and ask for it?
They come and ask, and it usually gets put in my office and I just go with it.
Okay. Is that something that maybe, because on budget and finance, I want to create a policy for that council donation. And bring it to this council for approval, so that way there's guidelines and whatnot. And I feel like every office that has a discretionary account should have the same process as well. That way.
I'm not using discretionary. I'm buying these.
Oh, you're buying them?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I said I wanted to leave the tribal thing out of my.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you for clarifying that, yeah, because we were confused, so thank you.
So in that case. Just kidding.
No, we just take them as they walk in back there.
Okay.
There's no application process or nothing.
Okay,
Any other questions for me? Ben?
I just got a quick one there, I know you're having a lot of requests from for electricity, but I'm wondering if any other, I know you're helping out with the homeless and stuff too. Can we get kind of like a list of that also, so we can kind of determine? Because I know some people go to a lot of departments and programs to try to duplicate services and stuff, I guess is what I'm saying. So if we
You
can
have
get
to
something.
check it out as you
Yeah,
go.
exactly. So I want to make sure that, if we get a list of people, we know who's being helped and who's asking for the help and stuff. So these are things that I would like to probably see, is that a list from your office and probably, the administration's office of how many people are requesting assistance for whatever, whether it's housing, electricity, something like that. So that way we have an idea of what is out there. So, I know I'm sure it's probably happened before too, but I just was kind of curious because I know right now we're having a lot of problems with homeless people and stuff. So that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Kathy?
Before we approve your report, with Ben's discussion, back about probably 5 years ago, we started to work on a program, a computer app that was generated out of social services that at that time, my curiosity is whatever happened to it. It was generated out of social services. It included the app. It included both of your discretionary funds, and it was our way of tracking, and also the council donations. It was our way of tracking and managing people reaching, because people can be pretty smart and manipulative and put their hand out to every program. And so at that time, they had a computer program at social services, and I can't remember who the director was at that time, but we were in the process of having a network program that showed like when they came to one or the other, when they pulled it up, and the access was only to that program. I mean, other programs couldn't go in there and make any changes, but they could all see Kathy Woodknife was at social services, or Kathy was at LEAP, or, it shared that. It was a shared drive where everybody knew that this person already got their funding or their assistance. Do you know whatever happened to that?
I'm not sure. It was a really good idea to do that, because we always talked about a one-stop shop for community services. And with our offices, a lot of times we refer people to different programs for services, and sometimes they don't provide services, so we're kind of stuck, or we're in a position where there's a lot of incidents where instances where emergency type situations pop up, and none of our programs provide that kind of assistance to them. So that's what we usually use our discretionary for.
Yeah.
Is for those when we can't refer them out to somebody else. We should start that process maybe in social service committee or budget and finance or wherever the appropriate committee should be, to basically look into the idea of a one-stop shop again and
At
have
that point in time, that's what it was referred to, was a one-stop shop.
Yeah.
And they did have the computer program up there, and we were gonna start with, them and the, I don't know if Lori was a part of it or not, but, it was started. But what happened to it, I don't know.
Anything else for Vice President? Nyla?
Thank you. Thank you, Lily. I think that you need to find efforts to help do what you're doing. It's real unfortunate that we don't reach out and find other ways to make those things happen. When our people say they need a home, to me, that's a huge request. But there's no reason why we shouldn't have decent trailers. I know they have trailers in different places. They're not brand new, but they're affordable and made less than $10,000, where we can go out and, maybe find 10 of them. Every time I turn around, and what I always hear is when our people go and ask for help or go to these services, it's always no. There's no money, can't help you, we can't do this, we can't do that, no, no, no. But yet, we have $280 million. And those are the questions that, I always think about is, it took me 13 years to get a 46-year-old home, a walking shield house. That's not even probably worth living in. Those are tin cans. They're just tin cans. That's all I can say. He would attest to that because, there's no, what do you call it? Installation. So it takes time and years. But, of course, I'm not going to say anything because I have a home, But we did projects and we did, like Super 100, transitional, walking shield, there was all these projects. We need to continue that effort and, look at those projects and continue them because it's a home. It's a home where you don't have to deal with all the red tape of housing. Our young people, they don't have that chance. They have children, 20, 25, 30-year-olds. We never think about those young families. A lot of them do work. They do work. And so, just what Willie does, that's really, commendable. Mr. Kendall, I really commend you for that because that's an effort, you're putting out there to house some people, our own people. So, and I know there's lots of ways we can do this. Go out there and look and find ways to do it. And we should, the word no is just, our people hear it so much, they don't even ask anymore. And that's not right because the services here belong to the people. And even if it's, some of them, they don't want to be giving all their info here and info there because they're scared it might get out. And, some big programs had data breaches. That's, another issue. So I think if we can, council, look at something like that, if we can even do 5 homes, I kept $300,000. Jesus, nobody can afford that. $300,000. If I'm gonna buy a home for $300,000, that thing better have a pool. But cost effective, where they can realistically pay it off, you know? Meet us halfway. You know, what's wrong with that? So I know that there's ways we can do things. It's overwhelming to say, well, we're gonna bring 1,000 homes here. Realistically, that's impossible. You know, with all the red tape we have to go through just to live as a tribe. But if we can even do those, you know, say we pick 5 homes for this way, and then the next year, 5 that way, you know, something realistic to look at. It will house some people. And I think, you know, the vice president, you know, can probably give us some guidance on how to do that, because, you know, where do we go? How can we do this? What money we're looking at? It's being realistic. Maybe 5's too much, maybe it's 3. But there are decent trailers out there that, you know, people trade in all the time that can be brought here. And we don't have to keep saying no all the time, you know. Everything is no, 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 no. But there's a yes someplace. I always tell people, don't give up. Don't give up because there's a yes someplace. So, you know, I really thank you for that, you know, Mr. Kendall, for what you're doing. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Ben, did you have something?
No, I'm just saying, if there's no other questions, I make a motion to approve your report.
A motion on the floor to approve the vice president's report, second by Ray, question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
4.
Motion carried. Okay,
Thank you, Council. Thank you very much.
we're gonna switch gears here and go to IHS. Marlene's been waiting for a while. Introduce Marlene Wakefield. She's not the new CEO, but what is your title now?
Health Systems Administrator.
Health System Administrator. So
Nice to meet everyone who wasn't here last month.
Does one title have more clout than the other? Or
No.
They don't?
They just like
Oh,
me.
shit.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Marlene Wakefield. For those that didn't get to meet me before, I'm an enrolled member of the Seneca Nation in Western New York. I was enjoying listening to your meetings because I worked for my president for 10 years, so a lot of this stuff is very familiar, and Mark used to work for us too, so that was a kick to see him. I was at Pine Ridge the last 2.5 years, and then I interviewed him here last month, so this is my second month now. What I do day to day, I'm there 5 days a week. I've started doing spot checks. We've been meeting with the supervisors at least once a week, if not more. And then the executive team, we meet almost daily. My office is always open to community members, so I just want to get that out. My policy is I have an open door policy. If I'm in there, I'll see the community members. And I've had quite a few stop in and some CHR, so that's been good to meet some people. I do meet with the area team once a week, so I address my concerns with them and say, hey, is there anything I can you can help me with, or I need more funds for things like PRC. If you have any, can you please send it? So that's a weekly meeting that I have with them, a standing list of demands, basically. I'll just give a couple exciting updates. We are going to have an automated blood bank machine at the hospital, which is a big deal because there is a lot of trauma and accidents and things like that. So an automated blood bank machine will be faster, and it takes away the potential for human error. So the contract for that should be done on the 15th of this month. And we hope to have it, everybody trained, up and running by December. So that's an exciting thing. Rosebud and Pine Ridge will be the only two that have them. We have made some excellent staff pickups lately. We hired 2 pharmacists. one informaticist in the pharmacy department. We have a quality manager who is starting on the 25th. He would handle all the Joint Commission regulations. He's going to supervise housekeeping, security, and the quality department. And we've also created another position that's a little bit more involved, and an RN will be in there to help with the quality, risk management, any types of root cause analysis. Anytime there's any kind of anything bad, an error or anything like that, we take it apart. So this person will guide us through that process. They're very valuable, so I'm excited about that to raise the quality here. We did hire a political director. He just accepted. He's actually working in IHS already, so that helps because the system is very complicated and complex. We do have a safety officer coming. That person works to do the fire drill. They make sure we don't have any environmental care issues, safety hazards for the employees or patients, etc. So we're really trying to be aggressive about hiring people and to decrease the reliance on the contractors. Contractors, come in and out. We want people that are invested in the community.
I have a question on that.
Wait, Ray.
Yes, we received a complaint, was that last month or the month before? And you talk about wanting more local people and coming into our IHS.
Yep.
But these contractors that you guys have coming in have chased a couple employees out. And it has been reported. I kind of want you to elaborate on iStar. I don't know what that is, but not you, but the one before. Yeah, recommended this individual file or put her incident in iStar.
Yep.
But nothing ever came about it, and she ended up quitting and leaving. But you talked about bringing community members and everything, so it's very important that these contractors that are coming are respecting our people and our ways and our culture. And I really hope that when these employees come in with you to complaints about their coworkers that are coming in from Texas or any other place, that you guys listen to them, hear their concerns, and mediate and give them hope. So I just wanted to bring that up, and that you mentioned that. That is important. I like to see more tribal members there.
Yes.
But if these contractors are going to come in and keep chasing them out, something needs to be done.
Got it.
Kathy, Michelle, and then Martha.
Thank you, Scott. I have a couple of questions for you. Now with what Ray is talking about, I used to work at the Indian Health Service as the medical staff administrative secretary. And at that time I did provide orientation. So there was a time that a part of the medical staff coming in, whether they're on contract or permanent, part of the orientation packet was cultural sensitivity. It was a training that was developed by Aberdeen area office, and it was a mandatory requirement that they learn the appropriate way to approach Native Americans. And so for him to say that, that must not be happening anymore. So there was one developed. It was made by Aberdeen area office, and every Indian Health Service facility had it. The other question I have is, you're talking about all these positions that are being filled. I have a concern. We have to look back to the past where we almost shut down services because of lack of quality of care. And this tribe had to really fight the Indian Health Service to continue our ER services, and that's how we ended up having contract doctors in our ER. In what you're mentioning, you're not saying anything about something that's very imperative, something that we need, and that's more medical staff. I called up there to get an appointment. I was told it's full until next month. Every month I hear that same thing, which says a big, loud statement that we have inadequacies in medical staffing itself. And I worked with contractors, and a lot of the contractors that come in are fly-by-night contractors, and the quality of service is usually very poor. Some of them are good, some of them are not. At one time, we were supposed to be getting our ER off of contract doctors and getting it back to being fully staffed after we came off of all of the threats of closure. sometimes you look at it and instead of being a hospital, we're running and functioning more as clinical than hospital services. At one point in time, this tribe expends a lot of money on sending patients to Rapid City, Sioux Falls, Pierre. Now existed. Now they became offices. All the surgery equipment that was up in surgery was all taken out of there and just DX'd. And that's really sad because a lot of people rely on this facility in order to get health care. So I know Ray raised his hand and started talking. I don't know if you're about to tell us how many doctors you have on staff. Well, that's what I'd like to know, is what you have as permanent and what you have as temporary, because a couple weeks ago I tried to get a physical for a Tacoja, and they said, well, you're going to have to come back in 2 weeks because our contract doctors are switching off, and right now we don't have a pediatrician because our permanent doctor is on leave and our contract doctor is not going to be in until then. We shouldn't have to wait for such services. And it should have been something that could have been handled by someone else. I did call and speak to someone else and did get them in, but things like that are really disturbing, that our people have to wait for different types of services. I would like a report on exactly what you have as contract doctors, PAs, nurses, how much are contract, how much are permanent, and what is your rotation on them? And is there any future bringing some of these services back?
Thank you. Do you want me to answer those now?
Sure, Marlon.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'll start with you. So the iStar system is a reportable database where people can report misconduct, incidents, things like that, bullying, just culture violations, which would, fall with bullying. Again, it doesn't have to be their name. They can just file it anonymous. And then those go directly to a bunch of people, and then they have to be investigated. So there's a computer record of every single incident that gets put into the iStar, and it's also monitored by Aberdeen area office. So that's what that is. I've only been here a month, but I have had 3 people come to my office with saying there's that type of behavior. So myself, the acting clinical director, and Callie have been investigating those and talking to them. Sometimes it's unfortunate, something will happen, somebody will get bullied and then leave right away. But we try to solve that before that happens. So that's what the iStar system is. And I've been meeting with all the employees. I met with as many that would come, and I did tell them that they can drop a confidential piece of paper on my door, they can, whatever, because a lot of people don't want to talk because they say nothing's going to get done anyway. So I'm just trying to reassure them that yes, something will get done. As far as the orientation, there is a mandatory component of the cultural sensitivity, but it's online. So I'm looking to move them to an in-person one, which is what I've done at other places, because it's a lot better to have someone there talking, and then people can ask questions. If we have a complaint of someone acting in a manner that's not sensitive to culture, they get dealt with usually in a complaint. So when people file complaints like that, we put them through a pretty extensive remedial cultural training. It's several hours. So we do deal with that. We take them seriously. I encourage any of those incidents, please, to be reported to our patient advocate. Because we do take them all seriously. And actually answering those grievances and following through with them appropriately is actually part of the Joint Commission regulation. So we have to do it. It's a very serious thing, and we want to do it. So that's that part. As far as the scheduling, we did have a meeting yesterday with outpatient nursing supervisor and the director of nursing, so we are working on that, complaint. And, we are streamlining the scheduling, and the idea is to put one person on each hall so that they can schedule for that hall, so we won't be getting those types of problems anymore. But it's a work in progress. Let's see. I am working on a FOIA request that includes all of that, so I don't want to give the numbers for, as far as, I do have the cost, and then the contract is federal, so I could submit that by email, but it probably won't be done until tomorrow, because I've been working on that for the last 2 days. But I'm happy to submit it. As far as bringing out specialty services, we have been trying to do that. We've sent RFPs out for people to do so. We've been looking for a second cardiologist for quite some time. We're just not able to retain one, but yes, that is the discussion that we are continuing to have.
Marlene, we have a few other council people that want to make a comment or have a question. Michelle, and then Martha.
You previously stated that you work with the area team regarding PRC funding. So what is the funding status for PRC right now?
We're actually in the negative right now by $120,000.
Are you going to be asking for more funding?
We just received $1 million last month in addition. The other funds were already expended. So we did ask, I received another $1 million, and I did reach out to them yesterday asking for additional funds.
How many staff do you have at PRC?
3.
Is that an adequate number for the amount of bills that come through?
No, it's not. So myself and Francine are getting trained how to do some of the bills and some of the purchase orders. So her and I will be helping get them caught up on some of those bills.
How far behind are the bills?
I don't want to give an exact time, but I'll include that in my follow-up report.
Okay, and then I also received a complaint from a tribal member stating that they're receiving their bills from 4 to 5 months ago. Are they being required to pay these on their own? Is PRC going to be picking up those bills, or what is the status of that?
If they have a referral, PRC will pay them. So we hope to get them caught up. Anybody that gets a bill, if they can send a screenshot with their phone or just call and give us the account number, we can call and get a copy of that bill so that we can get it processed. And that's why we're jumping in and helping. We don't want anybody to get any kind of threatening letters or credit notices or anything like that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Martha?
Good afternoon, thank you for coming. I have like 4 questions and I'm glad Ray brought that up. We had a lengthy email from this young lady that worked in the lab department. And she's a local person. She studied hard to be in this lab position. But here comes this other contractor, and they didn't listen to the young native lady. They listened to the contract person. So the young lady felt ashamed and she quit IHS. That's a local person. You talked about hiring local person. Local people go out and get your doctor's degree. But yet when they come here, what do? They get shamed because of these big white people that come in. Get them out of here. We don't need these young natives. No, that isn't the way it should work. But I'm glad Ray brought that to your attention. Secondly, what happened to confidentiality from ER? 3 months ago, a young man was in ER for his wrist. They did a COVID test for a wrist. He broke his wrist. What did ER do? 3 months later, in fact, today, they told the young man he had COVID, so he was working. So his employer told him to leave work right away. And I'm a family member of that young man, which gets me very upset. I'm not going to leave here and get a COVID test 3 months later, whatever happened 3 months ago. They should have tested us back then. And then it went to house admin, so house admin calls this young gentleman. So this deal with this lady that worked at, you say iStar. Did she report it to iStar? What happened? What happened to that report? Is she ever going to get hired back to IHS? I would like to see her there. She's a young native girl. She talks Indian. These elderly ladies, when I go there, she's very friendly. She'll tell you in Indian what needs, what kind of blood work they're going to do. And I really appreciated that. But now she's not there anymore. Instead, there's one that's poking your arm about 4 times before she gets anything. Lastly, COVID has come back strong. We're back. COVID is back again. What's going to happen? I went there a couple of weeks ago, took a young lady there. Man, that emergency was so full. She gave up. I said, if you're really sick, you really need to wait here. But no, she didn't want to wait there because it was so backed up, and yet they were sitting back there gossiping. They were too busy gossiping about other patients. That don't need to happen, especially in ER. Please do tell your employees not to gossip about patients, because sometimes when I go there, I can hear them. And confidentiality. That's very important. But thanks for listening to me. I'm just kind of very upset now. I didn't mean to holler and shout, but
No.
I had to. Thank you.
I understand. Regarding the young lady in lab, I can leave my phone number with you, and she can call me directly. I'm happy to talk with her. I can file an iStar related to that if there isn't one already. Same thing with the confidentiality. If I can get his name from you before I leave, then I can look into that. I can also file an iStar on that. Because 3 months later thing is not okay. And I will talk to all the emergency room employees about that. I know it's been very, very busy since probably a week before the rodeo. It's been super busy. So we did ask some extra mid-levels to come in and try to help out, but that's been tough. But I understand that, and I will talk with the staff. Gossiping about patients is not appropriate ever. So I apologize for that. And when I was here last time, I think you had talked about the cleanliness in the ED. I've been doing spot checks. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. One more time.
Yeah, with that, I was going to bring that up too.
Yep.
After your staff left, I think there was 2 of you ladies that came in at Lisa. After your 2 staff members left here, we got pictures that there were bed bugs.
Because they're scared. We've already dealt with so much health issues at our facility that they're afraid of what's going to happen. You know, with the tribe, you know, the money management, all the stuff with CARES and ARPA, and then all of a sudden in the midst of CARES and ARPA and the spending, the misspending, whatever's going on with it, then they get hit with, oh, and by the way, by this date, we're going to move on to compacting. You know, it's something I supported them because we did a lot of research. Avera was going to come in. I mean, you were here, Scott. You should remember our conversations.
Avera was gonna come in, they were gonna help with the management of it. That put the people at ease because it wasn't us as a tribe per se that was managing that funding. They were gonna come in, they were gonna help with our facility. We were even gonna get a new facility back then. But one person came in here and said, oh, no, I don't want that to happen. And that person was just worried about their family member not having a job. And that's why they put a stop to it. And boom, just like that, a year or two of work just went out this door. And all those people, Myra Munson, can't think of the other guy's name, they all came here and they all explained and we were on board. We just needed that last motion. And the new council coming in stomped it. And now here we are again. I visited with Dwight back then and I kind of filled him in, you know, because, and I mentioned it to Jordan the other day, there was a lot done. And now we reinvented it and we're starting it over again. We could have been there, but now we're starting over, but we have to refresh the people. We have to let them be secure with that decision. And with what's going on with our tribe right now, maybe we're not ready, but the only way we're going to know is that presentation has to be fully made, fully aware that transparency has to be there. People have to be at ease with this decision. This is a big decision. This is our health care. This is our lives. And if we as a tribe mess it up, I almost said a bad word. If we mess it up, it's going to sit on every one of us here. Why did you guys do that? We weren't ready yet. So before we move, I mean, I'm not saying I'm for it or against it, but if we're not prepared, then we shouldn't be moving forward yet until we know everything is in place. You know, sometimes with big projects like this, you transition a little at a time. Back then, we even talked about that. Well, let's start with dental, or let's start with this program and see how it goes first. We didn't. We kind of like explored the ideas of the overall or bit by bit. You know, what's going to be the best remedy to make sure that this isn't a mistake. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that. But thank you.
Okay, we think we can make that happen. They want more education. They want people to be more informed on what's going on. We went to the meeting in Minnesota. I did talk to the work group about preparing the people to do this and telling all the reasons why we should be doing this and giving them explanation of how we're going to do it and make it successful. So there's a lot of planning around that to be able to make, if we're going to get more money, or if we're going to go joint venture. There's a lot of talk about that and what that means. We talk about the changes in advance appropriations to the IHSs now, and they're also got one in President's budget as far as mandatory funding for IHSs. So that might happen still. We got expansion of Medicaid to think about. That could be beneficial to our hospital if we took it over. So there's a lot of more things that happened since the last time we did it that could be make our this time successful if we do it. So
can I just finish with one last part? I almost forgot. It's important. A lot of the confusion for some of the people out there is there's a difference. There's contracting and there's compacting. Yeah. And when you're doing contracting, the IHS is still involved. Compacting, that money taken out for IT or technical assistance and all of that, it no longer gets taken out. See, when you're contracting, IHS still is pretty much in control of a lot of it. But when you're compacting, like say you have the priority 1, 2, and 3, we have to actually be ready to lose a limb or die before we can get sent out. With compacting, that's a decision that we can make at this level. So that's the other thing that needs to be thoroughly explained is they need to know whether we're compacting or contracting. I didn't know either because I was told that people were afraid I was going to stop this, but back then I was a very strong advocate for it. But things have changed a lot. We need to just make sure, but people need to know, are we contracting or are we compacting?
I did
there's a difference.
Inform the work group and the consultants that we have working on it too. We need to tell everybody all the reasons why we should do it.
Thank you, Scott.
So, Ben?
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I don't want to keep you longer than you have to and stuff. I think I'm here, but Again, I believe this is almost in the same situation as TLE. We're trying to get that situation with TLE going, you know, something just being put out there. So again, our public relation person is something that's going to probably we need right away for this type of situation, because again, a lot of these communities, smaller communities, when they think about that, you know, they don't know that type of stuff. So the education has to get out there, and they have to be prompt right off the bat of what's happening and what's going to be beneficial. I mean, the pros and cons of this stuff. So right away, a lot of people think, you know, well, we're trying to contract the IHS. Well, look at the police department. You know, look at the places that we're having problems. You know, so is that going to happen? So these are things that, again, people out there in the communities are concerned about, and they would probably. And if they're not educated on it, they're going to come at us strong to say, no, we don't want this, you know, if they're not educated. So we need to get out there and let them know, not only in the media, but also, again, too, I mentioned the PowerPoint before, too. So if we can get that information out there to the public as soon as possible so they have an idea what's going on, rather than just say, hey, come to this Q&R, we have to go out to the people and let them know. I mean, because we're so used to saying, come here and we'll show you this stuff. You know, I think, honestly, we have to get out there and let them know that to each community to say, hey, this is what's going on here. This is your input. We need your input in this thing, whether we take on this or not. So these are things I think that we still have to prepare for regardless. I mean, because again, if it's just put out there, right away people are going to make that split decision. Say, no, I don't want it. I mean, we want the government to still. Those are our treaty rights. They should be, you know, they should be held accountable to that type of stuff. So to me, these are things that we need to be put out there in the community, so people are aware of that, from our elders to our youth, our young youth. So that way they're aware of what's going to be happening. Again, it's a big change. You know, it's going to change our whole aspect of the IHS. You know, what's happening. So to me, I think if we put that out there, and again, we're going to put it on Skylar's back again too, get all this information out there. But I would like to see something almost like a PowerPoint or some educational material that will pertain to that. So that way we have an idea of what's going on, why this is going to happen and stuff. Because if we put it out there to people, they're just going to say, no, we don't want it. I don't care what's going on, we don't want it. You know, because there's going to see some people like that. So I want to make sure that we have a good decision, we make those good decisions, and people are educated. So, but that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. But thank you.
Okay. George, go ahead, George.
Skylar, maybe we could use like Channel 93. Remember a while back, like a year ago, they came and they did that presentation, and it was on, you flipped through it with us? Yeah. And maybe we could put that on the TV for them as well. And I guess I just want to do it so that way then the people are more comfortable. Because right now I feel like they think that we're hiding it. You know, like, I don't want them to feel like that, because I got told one time, well, you're the one that talks about it. You know what I mean? But if we don't talk about it and we don't educate them, then they're not ever going to be comfortable with it. I mean, change is new, so if we don't educate them and we're not being open about it, then they're never going to be comfortable, because it's hard for our people to want to change unless we get that information out there. So that was just my thinking about like wanting to do the Q&A again, or a forum, or however you guys want to set it up. I just kind of want to give them that opportunity again, and like Ray said, bring them here and have them do it. So that way then it's more personal too. Like that they're taking that time and they're coming to our people and sitting up here. So thank you.
Emily, go ahead.
I just had a couple comments. One of them is in relation to what Jordan was just saying, and I really think if we can time the way we put out the information, like maybe if that presentation is available, maybe it's not a one-time showing, maybe there's a link that you could put on a Facebook page or put out so that people can have access to it whenever they want. And if we could do that now, so that by the time we have a Q&A, people have had time to read some things and absorb some things and develop questions, because right now I think anything is a question, and I really appreciate that Ben brought up even some of the fears people have about, you know, our treaty rights, and making sure that those, and I'm sure those are part of the conversation, but because it's not communicated outwards, it's like it's not, right? So I think if there's a way that we can make sure that that information that is available can help be out to the people, let us formulate, you know, some thoughts about this, let us get those questions, and then have a Q&A or something like that. I think that would be a little bit more useful. And I guess my other question, kind of along the same lines, is there a reason why these meetings are happening in Rapid City and not locally? And if so, what is that? And not only is there like cost, right, but it's almost like prohibitive to say we're inviting all of council, but it's going to be an extra drive, an extra cost on the people to attend that. So I was just wondering why.
I don't think there is. It started out being as part as the meetings were held where they're usually held in Rapid City, okay? And the work groups meet in Rapid City. But the last few times was in Shakopee for just to attract. I thought maybe the council people would like to go down there to have a meeting, and it didn't happen that way. But they were set up around visits to other hospitals that's already went through the process. We went to Ada, Oklahoma, the Chickasaw tribe, and we had a meeting down there, and we heard from the governor, Anadabi, is that his name?
Yeah.
Talk about the whole process and kind of give us a tour and from where they started to where they ended. And it really beautiful facilities down there. They have a pharmacy is just technology. They got robotic things going back there for their pharmacy. They have a place for people to stay when they have like a little community for people to stay if they have an appointment and they can't drive it and they have to stay overnight. So they have places like that. They've done a wonderful job with theirs, and they had one down to Gila River, a meeting down there. And so they try to get those meetings around places where they can actually go and see what people have done already. So I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Well, and maybe have one more. In the spirit of like learning from others, I think it's great to look at the successes of what worked, but I think it's also needing to look at why it worked. Like, were they in the big city? Do they have a lot more resources? Do they already have infrastructure that we might not have? So I was wondering if the group is also looking at smaller scale or maybe instances that weren't as successful, just for lessons learned so that we know, like, worst case scenario, what happened so that we can prepare for that within our own decision making.
One of them I asked him about was what is our lawsuit that the tribe had against the federal government for our health care? And we won that lawsuit. What does that mean to you as far as being the secretary in the cabinet position? What does that mean as far as health care? And he says, I believe that you have a right to health care by your treaties, and it's in the Constitution of the United States. So you're on the right track with that. He is not the money man, but he can probably make things happen for us too. So along with that, we went to DC and we asked Senator Thune the same thing. What is your take on our compacting our own hospital? How are you going to work our lawsuit into helping us meet our needs as far as the health care for our people? And he said that bring us a plan. If you guys are compacting or contracting, bring me a plan. I will create legislation and to get you guys what you need. And so since then, like I said, they approved advanced appropriations, which is helping IHSs out quite a bit because they're always a year ahead. And so whenever this government shutdown comes on, we're always safe in that position. The other thing that's happened since then is they're really pushing for mandatory funding for IHSs. And if that happens through the president's budget, that's going to be a win for us. And of course, the expansion of Medicaid in South Dakota means a lot for us too, as far as making our hospital run like it's supposed to run. So, and I told the work group that we need to find all these reasons and give them to the people so they can understand why we should go forward with this. Because if we keep doing the same thing over and over, we're going to have the same result. So that's just my take on it. So, Chris.
Emily kind of went over what I was going to ask, and I heard you think, because, we're not the Gila River, we're not the Chickasaw Nation. I've been to these nations, and they may not look like it, but they're lofty nations. And we're here in the middle of South Dakota. And so going back on what you said, do we have the right ability to, go forward with this? So I guess I kind of just alliterate what she said, but I already heard from you. So. Yeah.
Lila?
Thank you, Chairman. Just sitting here listening to all of this is kind of something we did back when we were sitting here. It didn't happen, and we had politics come into play, and it stopped. So I see how good it could be. I see how, it's exciting to take on our own. But the reality of that, in the setting that we are in with Pine Ridge, Do I mention Eagle Butte, Pine Ridge? You know, we're always just floating along. And I look back at how our police department, the contract happened in '93. And when I came on here in 2015, we had to save that place twice. We did, right here. It was the 11th hour. I remember we came in, sat down. Next thing you know, within 24 hours, they were going to shut our police department down. Oh, the police department, yeah. And we had to make those decisions here real quick to save it. And I'm talking reality, you guys. And so we had to make some changes, and we saved it. It was hard. But we didn't have a choice if we were going to hang on to it or if it was going to go. And those decisions we make, that's why I'm saying, you know, think about it. There's all the good stuff, but nobody talks about that stuff. And I know because I sat here. And we had to move along, and we hadn't even addressed the police department since we've been here till that happened to now. I personally know things aren't as good as I want them to be. We don't go back and assess those things, and we should. We should hold them at like quarterly, you know, yearly. Let the people know what's going on. Let them come and let them talk so we can fix those things and address those things. But we don't do that until it's ready to crash. And with this IHS, I came in on this, I didn't know about this until like a month ago. This was gonna happen. I was like, oh my God. So we have to really ask these questions, and we have to open it up. We have to find a way to go out there. That's our job. We sit here, we have communities to go back to and talk to. So I wanna have as much information as I can to take back to Spring Creek and go to them, tell them, you know, because I live in a place where we all talk Lakota down there. They always tease us about being dinosaur country, you know, but that's how it is down there. And our people, you know, they always say, oh, nobody does that anymore, nothing. But the people who speak, you guys are obligated to find those translators. All of a sudden, we don't have that service. There's no translators, but there are still people who speak the language. And they used to have that here. And that's something, council, that we're gonna have to look at. You know, that's what's missing. Is people forget about the speakers. And all these questions, you know, they have, you gotta sit down and talk to them. When you speak Lakota, you gotta understand, and they're gonna, you know, am I gonna get my medicine? One asked me that. Are they gonna take my medicine away? The other thing is, are they gonna still fly us out, or, you know, is that still gonna happen? If I have a heart attack, am I still gonna get flown out somewhere? What if they don't pay their bill? I'm gonna die because I just didn't pay the bill, or the tribe didn't pay the bill. It's money over life now, today. And the other thing is working with our spiritual people. Have you guys even discussed that? You know, that was an issue, you know, that other tribes, they work with that, and they help with that, and that's the people's choice if they want to do both. There's a lot of things we can do good here. So I know that it's exciting, you know, it's lavish out there, it's beautiful. I'm sure Shakopee was, you know, huge and beautiful, and, you know, twinkle in your eye, this is what you're gonna have. Never like that here, never. I'm being real. And if we want that, we gotta fight for it together. Because we always get ripped off. Somehow somebody says, yes, you guys are gonna have that, you're gonna have this, you're gonna do, I don't trust IHS. They shut us down here. And they caused the havoc, and we lost 7 people. 7 people died when the ER got shut down. And all of a sudden, boom, again, we sat right here. Nobody called us. Nobody called our president. And at that time, it was Willie, right, Scott? Yep. Nobody, we were in session all day. Nobody called our president and said, hey, we're shutting your ER down. They never told us. Gee, 4:30, and they were shutting it down at 5. We didn't have no say-so. They came in and they shut us down. Next thing you know, we ran our ambulance service to the ground. We had people all over Valentine, and there was nothing in place. MOAs, MOUs weren't in place. And those people, they didn't want our people. They didn't want to see our people because of what we deal with here. And then having to go get them. That was, health admin had to, figure that out with the hospital. So that's me. That's what I experienced when I sat here. And we have to be realistic, because these people who are going to come in here and help us, we need to tell them, no, this is what you're going to do for us. I want a pharmacy that's going to be stocked really good. Nobody's going to run out of medicine. I want that guarantee. I want the guarantee of us being able to work with Pine Ridge and Eagle Butte and our people so we can communicate good. We need to talk about that, because in the 11th hour and at the last moment, it's always going to be here. And they're going to say, no, why you guys said this? You guys didn't bring that up when that happened. You didn't bring it up. You guys didn't tell us that, so I don't know, that's what's going to happen. We fought hard, and I ain't kidding you, we fought hard to get that hospital back open. I don't know what that was, but we had all the big guns from IHS sitting right here. We talked about our treaties and all this and that. All the things we asked for, they're not there today. That's what scares me. So there's the good side and this side. And that's what our people are scared of. Are we still going to have an ambulance service? Somebody said to me. Are we still going to have an ambulance service? Are they going to call? Like right now, if you call 911, nobody's answering. So what if that happens and we have it over here with our hospital and nothing happens? What are we going to do? IT is so important. We need to have upgrades of technology. For how long? Make those agreements. So the groundwork we have to do, we're going to have to ask about this stuff. And it's not just us, this is our people. COVID came, knocked us down again. We had a hard time. We're just coming out of that again. And here we are functioning again. And now it's still out here. But now they said the pandemic's over. There are people who are really sick. I was down for 6 weeks. I was sicker than sick. I don't know what's out there, but there are new strains that are coming in. And this COVID, it's lingering. And it's lasting longer than 4 weeks, 3 weeks. That scares me. So if there's new variants out there with COVID, and we don't have access to all that, what's going to happen? So these things scare me. And yeah, we can walk into a building, but in reality, like I said, we are in the middle of nowhere. That's why it's hard to get people to come here. They're used to just driving 10 minutes to Walmart, 5 minutes to the grocery store. So we struggle already with having doctors. And, you know, the reality of all that, and those are the questions that people have asked me. And I'm throwing it out here too, because it's a big decision. It really is. And we have to inform our people. And I think even, you know, Mr. President, if you got on the radio, or we recorded you and they play that, you know, get the people out there. We, right here, take our information back to our community and keep doing that, because there's a lot of fear. So those are, you know, sorry to put that all out there, but that's what happened to us. And they're real events that happen. Right now, ER is contracted. You know, it's better than what we had before the shutdown. And, you know, so those things maybe we can talk about too, is throwing how ER happened.
Cool.
And, you know, take us from there. But we need to have the birthing centers. And if you, like you said, can get back to us with the better ETA about that, and let us know. Because I want our babies born here. I want them born at home. And what we're looking at from there. And I seen the parking lot going, you know, that's good, but there's still a lot of cosmetic work over towards the ER. We need to expand that. There's, you know, different things. If you have any information on that, can you bring that to us as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Ray?
Yeah, Chairman, if there's any more questions on the motion, I'll question.
Okay, we had a motion to set up another Q&A with all the players, the consultants that we hired, Tribal Health Alliance, and to have and we'll have can a motion be added that Health Administrator would set that up? Is that okay?
If we can, try to bring somebody in that's already experienced this, like going from IHS to compacting.
Okay. All right.
You can bring administrator, people that know how to do it, but to actually have that real-time, real-life experience and the pros and cons of it, I think it will be more subtle to the people in that manner than just bringing.
Okay, there was a motion, there was a second, and Ray, you're questioning it, right? Okay, let's vote on it. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
3.
Motion carried. Okay, Marlene,
All set?
it was worth the wait, huh?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Wait.
How are you doing? Thanks for coming. How long you been here?
Just a month.
A month?
Mhm.
I thought Dale was here until last week.
She was not, no, she was here with me for like 2 weeks, but she'll still be coming down here anyway.
Council, there's some confusion going on here. We hired a CEO to help us through the process, and it's supposed to have been a Maria Clark. Anyway, her time schedule did not fit with hers. That was part of the team that's going to help us through the compacting process. That person is now Scott Miller. She is the new health system administrator for the hospital up here, so she's actually like the CEO. So
That's one of the positions they changed the name.
yeah, right.
What's the name, Scott?
That
What's the person's name?
Scott Miller.
Scott Miller.
Scott Miller.
A man, not a her, huh?
Yeah, well, the first one was Clark, Maria Clark, and she had her time and what she was doing didn't allow her to do what we needed to do. So that's part of the technical assistance we asked for to help us go through this process. So okay, all
I have
right.
my question still.
Wait.
You interrupt.
Oh, sorry about that.
So I asked Dale, and we didn't get the information from Dale. Since 2015, I don't care what time of the year, but since 2015, how many IHS doctors we had then, and how many IHS doctors we have today, excluding Boston doctors?
Hey, right, 0.
That's my first one. And my second one was, how many CEOs has Rosebud IHS had since 2015?
I will definitely, that's a good question.
Thank you.
Did you want every year or just 2015 versus today?
Every year,
In between, yeah.
probably about 50.
Including acting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, including acting, please.
Emily?
Emily, go ahead.
I was wondering if I could add to that or ask you a question. Like, can we also have an analysis of open operated departments then versus now or throughout there? Just to kind of see a timeline of our operating services and diminishing or not.
Like women's health didn't come into
Yeah, like,
effect.
you know, when we lost labor and delivery, when we lost, you know, certain.
Okay, cool, yeah. I'll make that change. And that's a motion, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Wayne to have her provide all this information. Second by Kathy.
We'll get it free, Nicole.
Yeah, we give a timeline, give a target.
Second by Kathy. Question by Damon. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
3.
Motion carried.
I put 2 weeks on there because I feel that you'll probably be back here within 2 weeks. For other,
I'll put it together in a PowerPoint too, so it's a little bit easier to read.
thank you.
Kathy has one more
Before you leave,
question.
I have last question, I promise. In the past, when we always ask for information like this, from being an employee there and from sitting here before, I hope you don't come back and say, well, area said this is information that I have to go to DC to get permission for, because we've gone through that route where questions we asked the CEO that sat here, and you know what CEO stands for, right?
Oh, God, no.
Career-ending opportunity.
Yeah.
That's probably why it changed, but whenever we ask those questions, we always get this response later after the fact that, oh, I'm sorry, we couldn't because we first have to submit this to DC and through our health administration, top dogs, they have to approve of us, because even for me to run here when I was working at IHS, I couldn't campaign my first term because I had to go through the process of letting them know what I was gonna talk about in my campaign. So I didn't campaign because it's a paperwork process, a long process. And so we've been told that before. People have sat here and said, we told them what all we wanted, but we couldn't get all of it because there was a restriction on what data and what information you could share with us. So hopefully that's changed since I was here last.
Maybe people will use that as a shield before. I mean, this is your information.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to share that. I mean, I have a research background, so I'm really good at putting those data and statistics together. Nothing you've asked me for today is sensitive.
Yeah.
Like if you were asking for, tell me all the people that have, hepatitis B.
Yeah.
That's a little different conversation.
PPI.
Yeah, this is not. So, I guarantee I will come back with this information. If I don't, there's no if I don't.
If we don't, what's your name?
Yeah, my name. But I will, it's not protected information. And the last thing I just want to add is, I did this for my tribe, 638, and I've worked with other tribes to help them 638 before I came to work for the feds. So they asked me when I interviewed if I would be helpful, and I'm very, I'll help either way. I'll support you all, and either way, if I can help with any subject matter questions or anything, please let me know. I'm happy to help. I'll stay in my lane so I don't get in trouble, but I will definitely do whatever you need, either way. All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Need a motion to approve.
Yeah, that's a motion to approve.
Motion by Kathy, approved by IHS report, second by Chris, question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0. 3.
Motion carried.
And I'll send over my phone number so you all have it.
Thank you.
Like I said, after hours, whatever, just give me a call, text, that'd be great.
Okay, can we We take 10 and we'll get to the secretary's report. resolution that needs to be approved today. It's from, Road Department, and it's in regards to the airport grant on the weather station, and, it needs to be approved by the end of the day, so, I'm gonna let the secretary do her report, and then we'll deal with this resolution for Mr. Jordan.
Did he have it?
I didn't read
Maybe. See you in the,
Have these two.
Yeah. No. So, yeah.
Okay, council, we have, the secretary's passing on the minutes, looks like it's August, looks like we're doing pretty good as far as approving minutes, so. Okay, I'll give you guys a chance to review the minutes for August 3rd, August 15th, August 23rd, August 30th. Emily, go ahead.
I just have a quick question, just for clarification, on some of the other boards and things that I was part of, if we weren't in certain meetings, then we didn't vote on certain things, so I just wanted clarification if the new members can vote on something that we weren't, since we weren't in session or part of the meeting.
I was just thinking that when we were doing it, yeah, I mean, you read the minutes and you're comfortable with what the other ones made as far as, it's up to you, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Basically, this is a motion to see. Mr. Chair.
Right.
On this, unless somebody objects, wouldn't we just motion to see them?
Yeah, that could be the case, we could do
For
that.
that, SWA one, it's only one for that district.
Oh, there's two, I'm sorry.
Maybe it should be advertised a little bit longer.
We could do that too.
2 years.
Yeah.
No way.
Advertise
That's how long it's
And I didn't get nothing on, for TUC on Clifford Lafferty.
Oh, man, really?
I didn't get no notification.
Oh, just that he resigned? Okay,
So
I'll
I'll have
phone
to
him.
advertise for that too.
Or Deanna. Talk to Deanna.
That's Lila, then Ray. Go ahead,
I
Lila.
have a question on how long these were advertised.
I'm not sure, I don't think we've been advertising it for a while.
For SWA one, it's been like a year.
Yeah, I was joking on the 2 years, but it was literally.
Yeah,
Around
SWA's been
minutes.
like 2 years.
And judiciary's
Oh,
been
around
2
minutes.
years.
He wasn't joking. 2 years ago they advertised it, or?
It's been advertised.
It's been,
open.
it's like running.
There hasn't been people applying for them.
That's for the East District, right?
Yeah. Includes Oak Creek, Winter,
In Mountain.
and Milltown.
Maybe we should.
You guys wanna do the meeting minutes by, date individually, or you wanna do them all together? They're all August meeting minutes. Sure, go ahead.
I guess on this, meeting stuff with the liquor commission, would that fall under employees not being allowed to,
We rescinded that.
what's that?
We rescinded that.
Yeah.
Oh, it failed?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think she had on her report again for it to come to council again for consideration, so.
Yeah, the personnel committee was gonna bring it forth, but we
That's one of the ones that's in here.
Oh, really?
I know liquor commission, they were kinda in there by, because they were elected before that decision was made, so.
Your grandfather did
Yeah,
to
grandfather
finish up
did,
the
so,
term. Okay, I just didn't wanna do something we're not allowed
if we're gonna apply that rule that they can't sit on there, then it's gonna disqualify them, so it's up to you guys.
Can we wait on the liquor commission to see if that even does pass? If we
Yeah,
get to
because
it?
they stay seated till we select, so, okay.
Where do we advertise?
Where do we advertise?
On, the radio station and Facebook.
Everybody had a chance to look at the meeting minutes. Okay, are you gonna make a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve, are we doing them all individually?
August 3rd,
August 3rd, just the minutes on top is missed out,
okay,
so as amended,
as amended, and you wanna do them all together, or just like,
I'll just do August 3rd.
okay. Motion to approve the minutes for August 3rd, 2023, second by Martha, question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Who's typing these up? Same thing on the opposed.
Good catch, Ray. 3.
Not voting, did you say?
No.
Twelve, 1204. August 15th minutes, twos. With amendments.
Oh my God.
I would move to approve Judiciary Committee. We're still on the minutes?
Yeah, only the.
Are we gonna do them singularly?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you blanketed it.
There's a 15th and 17th. Need a motion to approve August 15th, 2023 minutes. As amended. Lisa, second by Ray, question by Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Motion carried. August 17th minutes. Martha moves with amendments.
With amendment.
Need a second? Dan, question by Lisa. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Motion carried. August 23rd, Sioux.
Move.
Motion by Wayne, second by Ray.
The 23rd.
Yep, question by Lisa.
I was just gonna, I have a
Okay, go ahead.
follow-up of the motion made by Sherry on the bottom of the second page, or the first page. Is that taken to personnel committee, Ray?
The personnel committee hasn't met since this meeting, but I do know that she had drafted a memo, I believe it was.
Yeah, it was a memo for an executive order to list off the concerns that we had for social media policy. I did have Eric review that, and he said we need to approach it a different way. It's possibly some amendments, First Amendment violations and that. So we'll give it back to you guys to make those changes, and we'll approve it and send it back out.
Question.
Question, Lisa. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Motion carried.
The secretary, it's actually misspelled too, in that motion.
As amended, yeah.
B-A-N-S, not B-A-N-D-S.
Meeting minutes, August 30th, 2023. Yeah, you can.
Okay, so, this is the one that we made the motion for the school clothing orders, and, we switched treasurers now, so I don't think he was aware, as I talked to him yesterday, so I just kinda wanted to make sure that this is being followed up on, because there are people waiting for it, so.
Okay, and that money is supposed, that the funds for school clothing orders was supposed to come out of where?
He was supposed to find the funds for it.
Okay, so
Who has it? You have the motion I said no, right?
so have we identified any funds?
No, I just got a copy of the motion yesterday, she gave it to Cindy, so I told Cindy if y'all want to be a plan and a budget, and I'll find out.
Lila?
I have a question regarding this. Thanks, Jordan, for bringing that up. It says in here that the clothing orders are for on-reservation children only, and to get vendor listing of gift cards. And I guess we can, I don't know, after you guys approve this or whatever, but I have a concern or a comment on this issue.
If there needs to be any change, we can approve the minutes. If there needs to be any change to what you guys want to happen with the clothing orders, then you can reconsider the motion that approved it, so, okay?
All right.
Ray?
On the fourth page, it says motion by Raymond Koigo to affirm resolution 2016-12. There was a motion by Lisa to table it until we hear further discussion. But on September 12th, the Secretary's office sent out that resolution that it was approved and reaffirmed. So I think that needs to be corrected. Because it wasn't, it was tabled. So there just might be a miscommunication on the part.
Any other question on August 30th minutes?
Lisa had her hand.
Lisa?
Oh, just regarding the, I'm sorry, regarding the clothing orders, has education office been notified to come up with a process and a budget, or we're gonna wait until we find funds?
That motion exit on the 30th, I have it in my email.
Okay.
I gave her a copy of the email yesterday for the plan and the budget.
Okay.
All right, we need a motion to approve August 30th with amendments. Motion by Ray, second by Lisa, question by Fremont. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Motion carried. Go to August. Is that it? 31st. 31st.
Renovations on the trailers on the last date, are they inspecting them now?
They had I guess they were asking if you want them, what fund do you want to come out of, because they're not saying that will happen, but do you guys want them to come out of the construction funds? Is that what the motion was? They didn't quite know if there was any maintenance to these trailers, what funds it's supposed to come out of. It was never identified. It just says ARPA office to.
Well, was there some that was unallocated?
That would be some unobligated. That was a question I had when I met with them on these motions, so, they said that they probably need to come back and talk about that again. If it's ARPA office is supposed to do that, or it's supposed to be the construction office, or.
So we'll just bring it up when they come?
Yep. Okay. Good.
Yep, on page 3, kind of towards the middle, but allow the ARPA office to purchase, and it has 2 names there. You're missing the propane tanks. That's what they were for. So it says motion by Raymond Cargo to allow ARPA office to purchase propane tanks.
Okay.
For Roger Roker Senior, Florian Burning.
Okay.
And then
That's what they had a question on, where are they gonna purchase those from? Is that unobligated money, or is that,
I guess the funding.
Right, Jordan?
I guess the reason why we thought they would just do it is because there's propane tanks sitting up there.
Was there?
Yep.
Okay, all right, well, I'll check into those, make sure. if they're available, we'll get it done.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, motion by Jordan on to have our office repair bathroom.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I followed up on that, and they said they got the stuff ordered, and they it's gonna be more of a job than it actually is. They're gonna have to replace the whole roof. Talking about Barbies?
Yeah, just the trusses.
Trusses, okay. All right. Okay, any other questions on August 31st, 2023? Need a motion to approve. Wayne, second with amendment, second by Fremont, question by Martha. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Motion carried. Okay, now we can deal with the vacancies on the boards, what do you want to do with the council?
Can we just write down on here and turn these in and hold off on the liquor commission?
Yeah, we can do that. Well, the other ones, or just for the top one, it's like only be one, right? And the top one is gonna be a problem because she's a child member. I mean, not child member, but she's an employee.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So, it's only gonna leave one, and if you guys agree with that one, we can seat that one. Sure. What, sure?
Nicole, would you have your staff, when people apply, would you have them filter these through to make sure that we're not having to question their appointment here? If we could, maybe a step in the process could be, once an application is filled out, a list goes over to HR and then they can let us know if they're an employee or not. That would be helpful.
Yeah, we should figure out what we're gonna do with that.
Like maybe even self-declare, like a box that says, are you currently a tribal employee or something?
Yeah, okay, something like that would be helpful.
SWA, I don't know who that person is. You guys are comfortable seating them there, we can do that, that's up to you guys.
I'll make a motion to seat Sean Bordeaux to the gaming commission.
Okay, a motion on the floor, second by Ray, question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1, 2.
Motion carried.
I'll move to also seat Christopher Ron for the judiciary committee.
Second by Ray. Question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Wait, for,
Go ahead.
just for the record, I didn't vote because that's my brother. I have to.
Kathy has a question. Kathy and then sure. Kathy, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I was just gonna move to
Each before beauty. The reason I didn't vote on the one for the gaming commission is I just wanted to make sure that it's not a conflict of interest. Isn't he still in Congress and don't they make some decisions regarding what goes on? I don't know, so I'm just
There's a
asking.
state legislature.
State legislator.
So it's not gonna be a conflict of interest for him to be there? You positively sure?
No, I'm listening. He's not Congress.
Oh, he's not? Oh, he
Just
lost
a
it.
state legislature. He's a senator.
Oh, okay, thank you.
That
Another
could be
vote
true.
over. Just kidding.
Okay, go ahead, Sheriff.
motion to seat Christopher Ron for the transportation committee.
Okay, motion by Sheriff, second by Ray. Question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Kathy,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
who could check that?
Motion carried.
Commissioners?
Sure.
I'll move to continue to advertise for the SWA Board of Directors District 1
Okay,
and the Liquor Commission.
okay. Need a second? Wayne, question by Michelle. All in
We're gonna
favor,
see- Which ones?
for both of them?
Both. Oh, sorry, both. I don't get it.
What was the
Because
motion? Sorry.
Ray just went over that. We were gonna wait on those.
Re-advertise for Liquor Commission and SWA Board of Directors for
Oh, to
District 1.
table, I'm sorry.
Oh, to table.
The table, yeah.
Right, because we have another motion that's in our, or we have a proposed legislation in our folder to, that will allow tribal employees to sit on boards.
Right,
So I'd hate to like,
do it before you pass the other legislation.
So just tabling these two?
yeah.
Okay,
Table these until after the
I thought you
personnel
table, was motion to table the selecting these positions till after,
The Personnel Committee report.
okay, all right. Need a second. Michelle, question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Township, can I be excused for the rest of the afternoon? My stepdaughter has a game.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right,
Take over, Scotty.
all right.
I'll be back.
I think so what's Kathy's question on the gaming commissioner that we displaced? Can we refer that to the gaming commission to make sure that there's no conflict of interest?
And,
And get their stance on it, please?
okay, motion to refer the position that we the person that we just placed on the gaming commission, opinion on if he can sit on our,
As a gaming commissioner due to being a state legislator,
okay?
I have a question.
because of the gaming compact.
On his motion, or did you get a second?
No, we need a second yet.
No, I just,
Just want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just do it then.
You're just gonna ask for it?
Yeah, yeah, I will do that. I'll bring
I
it back.
guess the gaming commission has had issues getting quorum, and they have a meeting tonight. And I'm worried that one of the officers won't be able to attend to help make quorum because she's hosting a walk for one of our missing relatives. And I mean, I guess we have a lot of serious business with the casino that I don't want to hold off. Do you think you could just consult with our attorney today?
I can, you guys already seated him so he can attend the meeting. I mean, it's just, we can still get that opinion afterwards.
Okay.
So, if it's a conflict of interest, we'll ask him to step down. Okay. Lila?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe at some point you can update us on the casino. She just told us that there's some very important issues out there,
Okay,
so we can get on the same page.
okay, we can do that, but, can we wait till we're done? Okay.
Well, when's our next casino report?
27.
27.
We had some issues out there, and right now, we have Ray, he's on the board of directors for the casino. We have another one, he sits on it from the council. We have Ken Ledoux as the president, is he president still? President of the board of directors at large. And we selected another one, it was our treasurer, Steve Denoyer, but he resigned from it. So we're looking for another at-large position for our board of directors. We're having a heck of a time finding a general manager. So we did some searches, and there's some things going out there that probably the council does need to be aware of, but we can't say it on the air, so, okay? But,
That open seat, we only had one applicant, it was Tanil. And they, council motion to seat her in that seat a couple weeks ago.
that's
But
right.
now there's an issue because she was council at the time. So they wanted a motion to reaffirm with the new council.
Reaffirm it?
Yeah, so I'll motion to,
Motion to reaffirm the seat.
yeah,
Neil.
seat to Neil on the board.
Okay, there's a motion to reaffirm the seat to Neil Blackfeather on the board of directors for the casino. Need a second? Need a second first?
I just had a question.
She's questioning what his motion is.
Well, we need a second for the discussion, so. Micah, go ahead, Lila.
Thank you. I'm kind of confused about this part because I wasn't here, but the person was on council at the time. They put this person on the committee?
So it's a at-large position, and she applied for it. It was advertised for a month. And she was the only one that applied, and it's for the board, for the casino.
Well, that kind of concerns me because we're just reiterating something. And we need to look into that, Mr. Chairman, to make sure we're not violating anything, because if that person was on council, I mean.
Do you feel more comfortable having her maybe resubmit?
Probably, yeah, so we're not mixing it up, you know what I mean? Because separation, if she was on council, and then we're reaffirming that, we're reaffirming it in a different way, but still, it'd be best to just, for me, I want to see that separated. Because, you know, following policy, I mean, that would, to me, that kind of just.
So the issue is she submitted her
Application.
application.
Well, because the swearing-in got delayed,
Okay.
they wanted to wait until after that swearing-in as well.
Yes,
They
yeah.
told us at the office before she can turn in her application for a gaming license.
Okay. Because it's gaming and I don't want to, I want to make sure we're clean cut and we have it, maybe Eric could make sure we're okay with that. Because if it's gaming, to me, that's really important. I don't want to have us mix anything up or hurt.
This is the casino, it's not the gaming.
Yeah, I mean, but still.
But there's
I
no
wanna-
conflict of interest.
No conflict.
Because the charter, even like housing's charter, you're still Lila, whether you're elected or not, you could still apply as at large.
Yeah.
Even if you were, but she was already on her way out and applied for an at large, so they just want reaffirming that it actually still stands, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I don't know. It just concerns me that the person was still on council. You know, I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Chairman?
I'm thinking he's doing the right thing.
Okay.
I'm thinking he's doing the right thing, reaffirming it after everything's over, so.
Okay, so as long as
That's what they wanted him to
Yeah.
do, so.
Okay.
Okay. Emily?
Just for clarification, can you remind me, you probably said it, but when did the application get accepted?
When was that? August.
It was after the election.
Yeah, it was August 31st. In the minutes there, I think.
So she wouldn't have been eligible for at-large? I guess I'm confused because I thought at-large was not a council seat, and if you're a council person, you were. So I guess.
Well, I was kind of confused on it too with their issue because our treasurer sat on there and he was an elected official and there's no issue then. But as soon as Tanil applied and council seated her, then it was an issue. They didn't question while he was sitting on there as the treasurer. But then whenever Tanil was council for those extra 6 days, then they questioned it. And I wanted the new council to reaffirm that motion.
Right.
So,
That's why I said I don't understand it.
I mean, either.
Because
Let's make sure it's right.
Yeah,
That's all, before we approve it.
Okay.
I mean, nothing against.
But she lost the election on 24th,
Yeah.
and then she had her application a week later. So she's still just an Indian.
Well, she was still active council person at that time until the new swearing-in happened.
But
correct?
that's why I was saying though, at the same time, you are still Emily Melandra. And as long as the charter doesn't say you can't be on a board as an elected official, then you still can be an elected official on that board.
It's an at-large, I thought at-large is outside of.
Not, because you're still tribal member. What it says in your charter is that whether or not, depending on what charter it is, I know two that you can, and you're still an Indian, and you're still applying for a board position, and that's all it says.
Wouldn't that be a conflict of interest?
No,
If you
because
still hold a council seat?
you cannot act in an official capacity as a tribal representative. You're only tribal member Emily. Now, if you were in a meeting and you said, I demand, because I am a tribal council representative, then you have just enacted and stepped over the line as a elected official, not in a capacity. But in that charter, I know, because that way they looked it up when they put Stephen in there, because we couldn't get those positions filled. So then Stephen applied for it, and then they put Stephen in. And at housing, another individual in our term from 14 to 17 was a tribal representative, but after they were already as an at-large member, and you still got to fulfill your seat, and they were still re-elected later on. So I know those two charters, technically.
Chris, did you?
Well, I did, but she had brought it up, but I feel like we should still re-advertise though, due to the fact that, due to the new members coming in, just how it looks, especially to the people on the outside that are paying attention, that are listening in, and how it looks like she already got in before she even stepped down from her seat, even though she had his backs.
Re-advertise it?
We can re-advertise it, yeah. The thing about the board too, I mean, if you guys have anybody that's interested, you have to fill out that background information, which requires a personal income statement, the federal background, state background, and this guy will call you. So it's kind of a extensive background check for it, and that kind of scares a lot of people away. Well, I mean, once you get that PMO license, and it's a good thing to have, but just the initial application process is tough. But we can re-advertise it, and like right now too, it's just me on there. And I know there's a lot of policies that need to be passed, but we don't have a quorum, we don't really have a board yet, so if we can get that advertised right away for,
There's just two. What are the?
because it's a three board.
What are
Me, Ken, and the vacant one, and then Ken's acting right now. And two make a board.
So the acting manager, how did he get in? He was already on the board.
So there's me and Ken are the only ones that have a PMO license right now. And because of the situation out there, the tribal president detailed him out there until we find a GM.
Yeah.
And the PMO license is very important to have in order to function with that amount of money.
Okay, so they're not comfortable with seating her today, so if you can show your motion to approve, and then we can have her reapply.
And that's so, I thought I was raising my hand. I was gonna say, it's not encouraging that it be done today, at least just look into it, make sure everything is good.
Okay, can you do that as far as what they do out to the casino, have them be advertised for that position?
That would be their tribal secretary's office, yeah.
We need a motion to do that. Motion by Ray to advertise the.
2 weeks okay with you guys? Weeks.
Okay. Second by Lila. Question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, that takes care of the committees. Secretary report had meeting minutes, the positions. Is there anything else, Secretary?
I don't have anything else to say.
Is there any other questions for the Secretary? I did have some concerns that people on the outside were wanting to know written procedures on how to get information from finance, and that's allowed for the public and the Secretary's office. So I think they have a process for getting information from the Secretary. I think they also have a process to for requesting that the Treasurer provide information to some information as far as financial, so is there a process in yours? Or is that just a letter or?
For request information,
Yeah,
for the most part, we come and ask for it, but if it's, you know, it's gonna be controversial, then I'm not right. I'm not gonna hear you now, I'm gonna give you guys reports every month, but if you have a question, I'm asked, let me fine. It'll be controversial, I'm not right.
all right, we're done with the secretary's report. Lila, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you,
Emily?
Mr. Chairman. It's not about any of that, but I really think that, well, maybe this is close to Nicole, with recent controversies and everything. I don't know, I don't think there ever was a policy regarding written requests, but I really think it's important that, you know, we have people put that in writing, because, our tribal documents, I mean, those are really important documents. And it should go through her, and there should be a process. And I remember back in the day, we wanted that done. I don't know if it was ever a motion. If it needs a motion, you know, we can do that. And the other thing is, when would we be able to get to our report?
Jim's at that mandatory training out to the casino. He said he'd probably try to be here by 4 o'clock. Hopefully he can make it 4 or a little after, so just for your information, that was a mandatory training, so you have to go.
The other thing with that, what he's bringing us, I don't know how long he'll go, but hopefully he gets here. The other thing with these minutes with the school clothing and stuff, I had an issue, and I had people talk about this, and I thought about it for a long time, is how we were going to distribute that. We ran into all kinds of issues. We tried cards, we tried vouchers, I mean, everything. Every which way to keep everything clean and it gets to our kids and all that. And we had an issue where, I mean, they're like, gee, people are selling their clothing cards, people are selling their vouchers, you name it, you know. And I remember we brought it up here, and they told us that once we approved them and they left us, they're considered a gift. Because we talked about, well, could we take them to court? How are we gonna get it so the kids get what they need? But that was told to us. And so maybe at some point we could ask Eric about that again. But why do we treat our people like this? I think we're all mature. We all know how many kids we have, all that. But why don't we give them checks? What's the big deal about giving them their checks? They're going to find a way to survive off of that somehow. But dignity, treating our people like they're people. You know, I don't have no worry. I know so-and-so has 4 kids. I know that, so, you know. But we got to think about those things. You know, it's hard to try not to get the manipulation, but regardless of what we do, it happens anyway. And those clothing cards, that didn't even work either, because some people got a card and there was nothing on it. One lady had $12 on one, and there was nothing else on the card, so it still happens. So people are, you know, the people actually are getting manipulated. So they made a trip all the way to Rapid and had their cards and got up there, and there's $12 on there. You know, we did that to them. So I wanted to plant a seed there for you guys to think about that, because if we treat our people better, something might change. That's their money. It doesn't belong to me to dictate, hey, you know what, you're like this, and all those people over there did that, so I'm not giving you you a check. Has nothing to do with anything that person did, see? But that's a part of changing the system, the broken system. You know? They do it everywhere else, and it happened here too. People got checks in their name. They didn't get a card or get questioned, you know, and that's what bothers me. Why do we not do it to us here, but we do it to everyone else out there? That's not right. So do things right and give them a check, Rosebud Sioux tribal check in their name, their children, however, maybe we could put it in the kids' names, I don't know, but they get a check. So they can take it somewhere and have a check or put it in their account. It's really, it's something prideful. To me, that's the way I look at it. Even, you know, my kids are older. When I get something for the tribe, from the tribe, I really am proud of that. Because it makes me feel good, you know. I'm a tribal member. And I got this. My kids, if they get some, I talk to them about it. Your tribe, they gave this to you. You know, you mean a lot to everyone. So I look at those things that way, and I step back and, you know, these cards, and you know what? The treaty says that, you know, they have to give you, I mean, everyone on the res is eligible for the clothing orders, and that's good. But why treat our kids who live outside of here any different either? Because they're enrolled too. And it's harder out there. Their parents have to pay like $1,200 rent, $2,000, and they don't get, I mean, it creates that animosity and it hurts our people when we do that to them. We here separate our people, and that's not how it works. We're a tribe. Like I said, you look at this flag, there's no openings anywhere. We have to think about those things and giving our people that, you know, respect that they deserve. Not everybody's bad. And I think this body has to, we got to start doing that, because we tried other ways and all of that failed us. And when I heard this about this card and they went all the way up there, they had $12 on that, I was so upset because they trust us. They took that card in good faith and drove all the way up there. And then $12. So, you know, just food for thought to think about that, you know, I think that we have to change some of that. So I wanted to throw that out there for us to think about, because I do want to discuss the clothing orders again at some point. So, thank you.
Okay. Emily?
Thank you. Well, I originally had one question, but now I kind of have two. I just have a statement kind of going over what Lila said, and it's more or less just to kind of get us to thinking about, I know we have a lot of weight on our shoulder as leadership, and sometimes it feels like we have to decide right now, or we have to decide this or that, and maybe it's my background because I'm a biologist, or I just like nature, but nature doesn't work in black and white. It doesn't work, yes, it's variable. There's uniqueness, there's variations. And I think that when we approach these things, I think we should think sometimes out of the box, that we should approach and have a solution that's not one fit and you're done. I think it would be, again, I don't take up too much time. I think it needs a lot longer conversation, but I think we have an opportunity with all the resources with our tribal employees that they're assisting to help our people. So maybe if somebody needed help online shopping, or somebody needed help for a ride to the store, I mean, I think there's a lot of ways that we can come together as a tribe, utilize the resources we have, and create solutions that aren't just one-sided, that aren't just, if it fits you, it doesn't, if it fits you good, if it doesn't, your SOL. So I just wanted to put that out there, just kind of like planting the seed, like Lila said. So my original question was just clarification on your report, Nicole. Is it normally once it comes to council, like the next meeting, or like what's the normal process for approving minutes, or is it one time a month and we get the whole next month? I guess like what's the normal process to expect, and then once it's approved on council level, will we automatically get those emailed to us, or do we have to request those? And then thirdly, what's the timeline that we can share them out? Because I know all the information that we share to the public is on YouTube, so it's kind of like real time. I see other tribal reps kind of getting the information out there how they can, but I didn't know, like, because we're talking about public relations, and because we wanted to be unified in our voice, is there something that we can develop that would say, how to get that information out to the people in a timely manner, as far as like making it available? And then I guess my real question is, do I, as a leader, have the ability to share these at any platform, or do I need to wait till they're approved officially? And I guess what I'm saying is, like, yesterday we had some motions. Can I share those outwardly? I'm assuming yes, because it's already been on air. But I guess the question I have is, how can we make sure that that doesn't have to wait for a month out? Because some of these opportunities, some of these things that are really important are timeline, and they have deadlines, and they have, you know, application deadlines or things like that. And so I'm just wondering, how can we get them? Is there already an existing process? And if there isn't, how can we address it so that we have a process so that people know, so we know, and yeah, we're on the same page.
Usually I do the minutes of the first meeting, like today, under my report for the month prior. So that's what I did August. So September's will be for approval of the first meeting in October. So all motion exits are done, like this, whenever I get done with the meeting, I'll send out the motion exits and I can share them with you. Usually if it's food, like they make a motion for ARPA, and then I'll send it to ARPA. But I can start sending them to you too if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think if we could get council access to them as soon as possible, so even though maybe you're waiting to send them out, that we can make sure that we can think about how can we get, if they're available right after the meeting, then maybe we can make them available at public. Yes. Thank you.
Michelle.
I just wanted to, observation either.
If we're gonna do that, we need to do it now, because they're gonna create a budget for that, and they're gonna send it to treasurer to find the money. So, I mean, if you guys are having a change of mind on that polling order, whatever you want to add, I think you probably should deal with it now. Emily and then Lila.
I just have a clarifying
Michelle's out the floor, but.
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question for her. Do we have, like, off the top of your head, so could you provide us a budget of what it looks like for one versus everyone?
I'm sure they have one, but I don't have that. I couldn't tell you that right now.
Off the top of my head, you probably talking a little over $1 million for on the rest, you probably talking $1.5 million or so for. Before, it was only 150, it used to cost us 750,000.
And also, the clothing orders issued in checks, not cards, into the parents. Because they're just talking is, with the kids, a lot of them didn't have IDs. So that, you know, became an issue. So my motion is to include off-reservation children, $300, and issue checks.
You need to reconsider and amend that previous motion to amend it to what you're saying. So that would be the motion.
Okay. That's my motion.
Second by Michelle. Go ahead, Mike.
On your motion then, what age group? Are you talking Head Start to 12th grade, or are we talking Head Start in college? What categories are we talking about?
The motion that was previously made by Mr. Corrigo here, what was your age?
As long as you were enrolled in school and start up to high school.
Okay.
12th grade or
12th grade,
Is that include early Head Start?
yeah, as long as they were.
So early Head Start up to
12th grade.
12th grade.
Low college.
Low college.
Do we have the money for it or not?
Well, this,
How about we do this first?
Maybe you can come back with all the figures of all that and everybody in
That'd be great.
college, yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Chris, Micah,
And Jordan.
Yeah.
and Emily.
They talk about it.
Okay. Micah?
Because that was the original motion that the education department was supposed to come back with a comparison for on-reservation versus off-reservation, so you can get some policies written down around how the disbursement is gonna go. If we're gonna do checks, vouchers to clothing stores, and if we were gonna include college or not, so that was supposed to be included in that motion that day, so.
No, we had Emily next. Go ahead.
I just had a question, and maybe this isn't the time to discuss it, but it had to do with, the funding. I think earlier there was some kind of hinting at talking about the casino in general. And then I just, yesterday we were in the crisis mode with some of our, communities because they hadn't gotten casino money for the last 2 months, so lights are getting shut off, a lot of research for us to provide that. So we're not saying yes or no, but we're just saying, can you also tell us an amount for off reservation and possibly college if we know that?
Historically, Wayne's been magic.
Just to give a rough estimate.
3 million.
Enrollment just gave me there's 6,440 kids from 5 to 18 total enrollment that's on and off reservation. So if you give them $300 a piece, you're talking 1.9 million.
How much?
1.9 million.
Early head start.
And that,
0 to.
and that doesn't include the 2, 3, 4-year-olds.
Has the amount been set for what it's gonna be? I know it fluctuated, but could that have sorry.
Yeah, when Ray did make his motion, we weren't aware of any type of funding source whatsoever, and we didn't know where we were gonna get the funds from. So when the motion was made, that's why we included Education Office to develop a plan and bring it back to us with those options, and then when those options do come back, we'll sit and discuss them and see what we can afford and what can be available. So, and then once we decide on those options, then a resolution will be drafted for council approval, and that's when this process will.
So the motion is now to reconsider and do clothing orders for off reservation as well. If we approve of her motion, then it's gonna supersede the one that we just made, so, basically, we're gonna do it, so.
Can we include, to reconsider and amend that original motion that was made, can we maybe put it in for options? Would you mind doing that, like to give us the option for online, off-res and on-res, and then?
Lila made
Last time we did it
the
0
motion, it's up to her if she wants to change it.
Yeah, last time we did it
so.
0 to 17, but and then we had to be enrolled, right? Enrolled in school, that's what she said, okay. So, and then that means that education will have to take time to go and verify their enrollments. After, aren't they like, after a period of time during the school year, they have to be enrolled? Yeah. So.
And once before we did that, Ms. had no problem with confirming who was in school.
Is there any amendments to your motion? You want to read back?
Yeah, can you get back? I just have, motion by Lila Kilzenside to reconsider and amend previous motion to include off-reservation children and to have checks issued and parents
At 300.
Yes. Second by Michelle, so we're still in discussion.
Jordan,
go
I
ahead.
guess I just didn't want age on there for like 17 to cut off because I get worried that some of the kids turned 18 their senior year still, so that's why I just kind of or 19. So just as long as you're enrolled, then education can do their thing with the schools and make sure and then pull their enrollment.
Did we go like early head start to senior year?
Yeah.
Yeah, senior year because.
Early head start and then to 12th grade.
Yeah.
That's more feasible.
Yeah, then that way they can follow up and check on.
Yes.
Emily, go ahead.
I guess I'm just confused and I'm so sorry. I thought we were amending so that education could provide information for us to then make a decision. And right now it sounds like we are making a decision that we are going to do this for this amount. And again, I don't feel comfortable doing that without having numbers in front of us, without having options in front of us. And so I'm just a little bit confused on if we're amending it or if we're actually changing it so we're approving with guidelines. Because again,
I to approve it. That's what we're doing. That's the motion that she has on the floor.
We're including the kids on the reservation.
but without the information that we're asking for. So, okay.
I just,
want to say something about that because, our programs need to pay attention to what's going on here with this body. And when the council asked for that, they should have been on it. And our president should have had that information within, whatever, a week or whatever he decided on that, or if we put it in motion. But these are our kids, and we shouldn't operate that way. We kind of do things a little backwards, but when it comes to money and our children, it bothers me when we hold out. And yeah, they should have had that information to the president, and these motions, need to go to them. That's not my job here. I don't sit here to make those things happen. So once those motions go out, the person who is in charge should get with it because they don't know what we're gonna do. This is a prime example. That can change at any moment because we're the legislators. And yes, that information's there, but there's money somewhere. I know there is. I don't know all the figures, but there is money somewhere for our children. They deserve this. This is theirs too. So however we have to work it out, and I feel bad for putting this back on our treasurer like this, but he knows what he's doing. And that's why, it's good to have him back because he knows what he's doing and he'll be right honest with us, how things work, but these are things that need to be done. We can't be separating our tribe like that. And these are our children, they deserve it. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, a second. Is there any more discussion? Go ahead, Jordan.
I guess it's just for Wayne. Do you feel, I want us to approve it, but I don't want you to come next week and tell us you can't find the money. Are you gonna be able to find the money for it?
This is why you guys get paid the big bucks here. There's money out there, but you're gonna have to make a decision on what you're gonna pay. Do you want building orders? Or do you want this? Or do you want that? You guys tell me how you want to spend the money because the money's there. When I come back, I'll give you some options. What the options for that money, you guys tell me how you're gonna spend it. That's how I'll be.
Thank you.
Micah, do you still want the floor?
Yeah.
And Emily?
I agree with Emily, and this has been my stance for a long time, especially with our finances, that we make decisions without being informed. We're not making informed decisions. And I also agree with Lila along the facts of these are our children. And, they are, we need to support them and we need to do this for families. But at the same time, this is why we get paid the big bucks, is to make informed decisions. And the tribe's financials are always in question. They are always in question in the decisions that we make. And that's just my comment. And if we are voting to, this motion is to approve this, I'm going to have to vote no against it because I am not making an informed decision in the best interest of the tribe right now without numbers. So I just wanted to say that.
Hey, Emily.
So kind of along the same lines, I'm still trying to find a happy medium compromise here because I think this is really important and I think that we don't have to, again, have yes or no. So I'm wondering, Lila or anybody else, if there's a way that we can possibly find a way that we can meet in the middle where council is saying, yes, we agree that polling order should happen, but until we have the decision-making information, like our budget, like our options, like those costs, we will not be deciding on how or when or something like that.
I know what you're saying.
Go ahead, Kathy.
I have the answer. Oh, yeah. The motion needs to state contingent upon funding. That takes care of it because the motion's contingent upon what Wayne finds and what he presents to us. We're not committing him to saying we have 300. If It's contingent upon what he can find for availability. That word contingent is a medium for situations like this, because it's not solid confirmed that we have 300,000. It's based on whether or not our treasurer can come up with this funding. If he can't, then we have to deal with that.
Well, the original, so that the amendment to the reconsider and amend motion, will that still include the discussion will be held on, maybe change that the date to set policy?
I have a motion, this motion underneath it. This is to include the off reservation children at 300 and then to do the checks instead.
And then,
But the other
are
motion
you
is.
okay with adding contingent?
Yes, I am.
Contingent amendment,
I
to
am.
say contingent on
Yeah, 'cause that's-
availability of funds?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm willing to.
okay, all right, we'll do that. Emily, go ahead.
I guess my only follow-up to that is, I still feel that we need some more flexibility in there, because if we're putting an age range on there, that locks us into amount. If we're putting an amount on there, that locks us into that amount. Whereas what I was hoping for is options to say, this is our total amount of students. If you take from this age to this age at X amount, then this is gonna be the cost. Because I wanna know flexibility-wise, if we can reach all of our youth, maybe we have to lower it back down to 200, but everybody gets 200 versus these people get 300 and these people get 0. So that's why I was wanting to know if we can still leave enough flexibility in the motion that we're allowed to, say, yes, we're gonna do this, but those types of details aren't available until we have that level of knowledge.
Wayne, go ahead, then Lila.
I can go ahead and do the research. Scenario. Different age groups, whatever, different amounts. Vision. I'll do that. I will include off reservation, but it'll be different amounts and different age groups. But the one thing that, and I suppose I just start part of my report now, the one thing that we have funds available, but we have a lot of unknowns out there, and that's what I'm worried about. And if any of you that have been listening to the news lately, our country is kind of crazy over this funding issue. And depending on who you talk to, come up to it first, most people are saying they're going to shut the building down. Some are saying maybe a week, just slap their hand. Some are saying, no, we're going to shut it down till Christmas.
Without a continuing resolution?
Yeah. If you shut the government down, then that means we have to operate on what cash that we have here. Because we won't have access to any other cash. That's the unknown. So that I have my staff back there working on how much money can we draw legally before the 22nd shut off. And I don't know how much cash we have and how long we can survive the shutdown. And then wait for cash reports and all the different accounts, the ARPA, general, and all our reserve accounts, so you just like how much available cash we have. And at that point, then you guys have to decide whether we want to risk taking $2 million of that to pay building orders, or wait and see if you do a shutdown and pay it afterwards. Those kind of talks are going to come into play pretty soon. That's why I'm saying that these decisions are going to be tough for you guys, really tough. Especially now when we don't have all this ARPA money. And I know a lot of people are listening and a lot of people are upset that the money's gone, but they have to realize, I don't know the exact figure, but from what I saw back here in my first couple of days, 80% of this money was spent out per capita. Individual assistance, 80%. And we still have about $20 million left to build homes. So you're only talking about, maybe $10 or $15 million in the middle there that all are causing all these problems. I mean, so, but I will have some financials available for you all to look at shortly. So I will do that. I don't know if you want to wait on your motion till that's done. But I will include off reservation, and I will give you some scenarios on different age groups.
Okay, this is the plan for, I was thinking what we're gonna do. We're not gonna finish the regular agenda today, so we have interviews tomorrow, so I was going to recess this meeting till Monday. and we'll come back in, and if we can maybe do another motion on Monday. I don't know how long it's gonna take to get all those figures together.
I'll work on that.
Or if you guys just wanna continue with voting on the motion, that's kind of options we got, so. Lila?
Well, I threw this out here and kind of woke us up.
Yeah.
It did. This is doing council work right here, right now. Because after ARPA and 4 o'clock, I don't think he's gonna make it here. And I did that for a reason. Because the balance. People are listening, and it's gonna help them understand what's going on. You know, like he said, okay, we had 80%, paid out per capita, so we need that. Now, people need to get busy and start giving you guys that information and admin. That should already be done. They should have said, hey, this is how many, not all that information should be with the president right now already, because like I said, things change here. The ball can go rolling that way and come back over here. And it should be, that's a lot of children we have, 6,440 children. That's our future. That's a lot of children, and to me, it touches my heart because we have a future there. And how we address these things, when it comes to the people actually giving them the money, what's wrong with that? We did it per cap, and people did get the money, but it's their money. And I know that we have to look at all this stuff, but when we're gonna start giving something to the people, it seems like that's when everything is really urgent and emergency and all that. That's just my personal thoughts. But these are our children. We are responsible for them, to give them that for the future. They might want to be sitting here, and our president, he's an educator. And, to go to school, and he knows, he's seen it. There are children with no shoes, no jackets. To me, our kids should wear the very best. I don't want them getting boxes of rummage and, that's okay. But you know what? Those are my children. I have 6,000 children when they swore me in. Those children should go walk into school. That's one less worry that they don't have to worry about. And that's why I said, child welfare, that's my passion. I'm about children. I'm about families. I'm about all that. And losing my aunt is a big hit to the child welfare system, because we need to take good care of our children. Yeah, they have parents, but you know what? We are their leaders. And I've seen it. I worked in the school system. Oh shit, God love these children. They're innocent. So we take good care of them, something will change. But this talk is important. I don't, we govern this tribe, you guys, right here. Us right here. And it bothers me that and every year we're gonna go through this. Every year. And the next thing that's gonna come up is turkeys, right, Wayne? Turkeys and ham. Al-Anai. And we know this. This is every year. So, even now, people better start getting that ready so our treasurer can present. And he's doing all that back there, that's fine. But we need our programs to be diligent and pay attention and look at what's coming, because our kids shouldn't have to be waiting for 5 months. Just think about that once. Think about the way we think. Do we want to not feed them, clothe them? How long do we not want to do that? So we do our part, they do their part, we do our part, and the children, once we get it out there, it's okay. But that's my passion. And I always believe that, long time ago, the future and how we raise our kids. So food for thought, this kind of got us the ball rolling, but thank you, Wayne, and then we can see what you come up with your figures.
I'll try and have it for your Monday council.
Yeah, that'll be great, thank you.
Okay, we still have a motion on the floor with a second. Are we done with discussion?
Yeah.
Bill?
So these are all good points and everything, and then maybe we could just table it till Monday and then have education bring in their info too, and then we could, or if that's what you want to do, is recess it till Monday and then just make a decision on Monday and then go from there, and then that way everything's all in front of us, and then we can have the numbers and the figures and go from there if possible. If not, I should respect your motion about that, and just, today's Thursday, we can just get it done Monday.
Mr. Chairman, I can withdraw it until Monday.
Okay.
And that way we're all meeting, get that little happy place here so we can all figure out what's gonna happen. So I can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Withdraw your motion to approve then. Let's move on to, we need a motion for the secretary's report for approval. Bill, second by Ray, question by Michelle. All in favor?
All in favor? Do what? Secretary's report. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we are on the treasurer's report. I asked after the secretary's report if we can bring a resolution on for the airport grant. It needs to be approved before they can draw any kind of money down. Wayne, are you familiar with this? Can you bring it onto your report?
I'm not familiar with it, but you're supposed to have it.
Yeah, I got it here. I just, there was a deadline tomorrow, so.
It has to be done today, or we're gonna lose the funding for that one.
And I need somebody from the transportation committee to do that, or budget finance.
What's that, airport grant?
Yeah. And then once you
Sure, I
guys,
also have one for the ambulance service to move some money around for them. Because of the treasurer's report.
And then you should also have one for the computer, right?
DLE did one for a drawdown, and Head Start has one for some funding that they need to expenses on the 30th, I think. Do you have the Head Start? Yeah.
We really need to get to that's the purpose of us having a laptop, is to eliminate all this paperwork and just send us the reports electronically so we can review them for the meetings.
We did that for some of these.
And they can, then just that person or those people can get the paper, that's what we decided last time. Their grandkids know how to do it.
okay, Lisa, can you bring this on as emergency legislation, please?
Motion for emergency legislation.
Number is 299. Need a second. Ray. Question by Bill. All in favor? Bring it on as emergency.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved 2023-299.
Second by Ray. Go ahead.
I'll start at the fifth whereas. Whereas on February 21st, 2022, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the sponsor, submitted to the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, bipartisan infrastructure law bill in airport improvement grant application number SU0-GLG-3-46-0082 for a grant of federal funds at or associated with the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Airport for the phase 2 construction of a AWOS 3-P automated weather observing station. Engineering services and tribal monitoring in the amount of $150,500. And whereas the airport improvement grant application has been approved by the FAA, subject to the sponsor's adoption and ratification of the grant assurances, sponsor's acceptance and the benefits to accrue to the United States and the public. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe authorize and direct the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate to have the authority to execute the grant, followed by the attorney certification no later than August 4th, 2023, in order for the grant in the amount of $112,000 to be valid and signed off, SF-425, Federal Financial Report. And whereas as a condition of receiving federal assistance under this award, the tribe agrees to comply with audit requirements established under 2 CFR Part 200, Subpart F, and any other applicable audit requirements and standards. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and accepts the recommendation of the RST Transportation Committee to authorize and direct the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate the authority to grant execute the grant, followed by the attorney certification no later than August 4th, 2023, and signed SF-425 Federal Financial Report. Be it finally resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and directs the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate and the tribe attorney to sign and execute the airport improvement grant agreement and the attorney's certification.
Okay, what amendments do we need, since it did go through transportation, we need to, therefore, be it resolved?
You didn't say it went to, at the, therefore,
Recommendation of the RST Transportation Committee. Do we need to strike that?
with amendments.
Yeah, with amendments. Okay. Any more discussion? Kathy and then Emily.
I just wanted to know, okay, so it says no later than August 4th. So what did we do since we passed that? How are we meeting that since?
They extended the deadline till tomorrow, so that's why we're doing it today.
Okay, thank you.
Emily?
I think you answered my question, but my question was just, why it wasn't taken to committee? Was it time?
Yeah, the committee was meeting on
Yeah.
this end of the last.
And this is the second one he's submitting, and once this is approved, I will get online and you'll have it all filled out, and I'll sign it electronically. I got a place in there for our attorney to sign off on too, so he would not sign it unless it was approved by council. So since it's signed, I'll get on it and get on there and approve it online. Any more discussion? Not, we need a question. Question by Kathy. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. My God. 13.
Jordan?
Is there, which one's next?
Oh.
The laptop?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. So we got the next one?
Which one did you?
Are these all emergency?
TLE, yeah. TLE, Head Start, the ambulance.
So we'll bring TLE on.
Okay.
300. Motion for emergency
So this
legislation.
one is for the PL. This is the ambulance one. Motion for emergency legislation.
You second?
Which one are you doing?
Michelle? Question by
For the drawdown?
Stan. All in favor, bring it
All in
on to
favor.
emergency legislation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
The number is 300. Lisa,
Motion approved 2023-300.
need a second?
Bill.
Bill, go ahead.
I'll set it to fourth, whereas the bylaws for the tribal land enterprise empower the board of directors to act on behalf of the tribe and holders of certificates of interest in TLE on transactions pertaining to the management of tribal lands. And whereas the tribal land enterprise currently has funds on deposit with the Bureau of Trust Fund Management, and these funds are in the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Tribal Land Enterprise Certificate / Land Purchase Account, number PL 7399709. And whereas the following action was taken by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council on September 14th, 2023, approving the drawdown of funds from proceeds to labor account number PL 7399709, Certificate Land Purchase Account in the amount of $1 million. The purpose of these funds transfer is so money may be transferred to Wells Fargo Bank, where TLE has a checking account for general operating as needed. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, in accordance with Article 4, hereby authorizes Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Tribal Land Enterprise Board of Directors signature authority on all financial transactions and withdrawals as required by 25 CFR Part 115.815 pertaining to this drawdown. Now be it further resolved that the Tribal Council authorizing officials identified above to expend such funds as specified in this resolution.
Discussion. Any question? Kathy? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried.
We'll do this next one for council laptops. Motion for emergency legislation.
Number is 301. Need a second? Michelle, question by Ray. All in favor? Emergency legislation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion to approve 2023-301.
Need a second? Ray, go ahead.
I'll start at the fourth, whereas the RST ordinance number 94-125 established a procurement policy and procedure for use by the departments and entities of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas RST ordinance number 94-125 requires purchases of $10,000 and over, requires the approval of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. And whereas the RST Finance Department and RST Information Technology Department recommends approval of a quote/estimate for 9 HP ProBook 450 laptops and software for the RST Council representatives in the amount of $13,734.36. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation for the RST Finance Department and RST Information Technology Department recommends the approval of a quote/estimate for 9 HP ProBook 450 laptops and software for RST Council representatives in the amount of $13,734.36. And be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute the documents for purchase of RST Tribal Council laptops.
Discussion. Kathy?
Why 9? Huh? Why 9?
I know, I noticed that too. Are we gonna get one for the Butte Creek?
Is it because Wayne already has
Or
one?
should we?
Does Wayne and Bill already have one?
Or Bill has one.
So it should be 8? Or is there?
I'm not sure.
Would we still need to order one for Butte Creek? Because we'll eventually be here.
That'll be 8. I was just curious why it was 9.
I don't know. Last minute.
Because these two are still here.
Okay, any more discussion? We'll have an extra one, I guess.
If we only want to order 8, I won't order 8.
Save
Only
some
for
money.
council.
Yeah.
That'd be 7 or 8?
8.
We'll have to go refigure the purchase amount. Just wanna leave it at 9 and just,
Yeah.
these 8, we'll just order 8 and have that savings.
Yeah.
Okay, Any question? Emily? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
We'll do the ambulance one next. Motion for emergency legislation.
Need a second? Stan and Chris question it. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve 2023-302.
Need a second? Jordan? Go ahead.
Okay, we'll go to the fourth whereas and strike that out because it did not come to committee. I'll start at the fifth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud ambulance service budget is in a deficit and requires funds to balance the budget. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration seeks a transfer of $22,966 from the Community Health Representative Program account and a transfer of $312,091 from the 514.094 MOD 4.1 account to the Rosebud Ambulance Service. Whereas the total requested transfer of $335,057 will be used to cover the deficit in the Rosebud Ambulance Service budget. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration shall be reimbursed for the total amount transferred to balance the Rosebud Ambulance budget service for funds that are received. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve the transfer of $335,057 to the Rosebud Ambulance Service budget, with $22,966 transferred from the Community Health Representative account and $312,091 transferred from the 514.094 MOD 4.1 account.
Any discussion? Just for the money to be paid back, and we requested some more money from IHS, so.
Just for council's information, with the Medicaid expansion that came into effect in August, that will increase their Rosebud ambulance budget too. So
Yeah.
this CHR is always kind of loaning their money at the end of our fiscal year, so this is kind of.
Okay, is there any discussion? Need a question?
Bill.
Bill, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
So the next one will be the resolution for Head Start for the education specialist position.
303.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Need a second? Chris? Question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Approve 2023-303.
Need a second? Sam, go ahead.
I'll start at the fourth whereas. Whereas the Chicago Lakota Wayate Head Start Early Head Start program is requesting approval for an Early Head Start supplement application in the amount of $51,825. Whereas the Office of Head Start Grant Specialist stated that the SLOHS/DHS program FY23 funding guidance letter issued on October 3rd, 2022 did not include the FY22 EHS COLA/QI amount of $51,825 in the overall funding amount. The funding guidance letter stated that $1,834,419 as EHS program operations funding instead of $1,886,244. The SLOHS/DHS program applied for the amount in the funding guidance letter, and that amount was awarded. The balance remaining to collect is $51,825. A supplemental application is required to complete and upload on the Head Start enterprise system, and whereas the funding of $51,828 will be used to fund an early Head Start education specialist position. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the Chongulu Photo Oyate Head Start Early Head Start supplemental application in the amount of $51,825 to fund an early Head Start education specialist.
Any discussion? Do we need to change that one to the same amount? Whereas, last whereas, it has 5,825. 5?
Well, yeah, this is 3.
As amended. Go ahead.
Lisa, is this a new position?
I think so. I don't know.
It should go through personnel first.
Yeah. That's what I would recommend.
She said it, wait, did she talk to you about these? She said these needed to go through before the end of the fiscal year.
You just start one? No, it's gonna talk to me about.
When does their fiscal year end?
April.
Or end of March, yeah.
So it already ended?
Yeah, they're in the middle of their fiscal year.
So could you send it to personnel on the 20th?
Because Head Start's different, their fiscal year starts April 1st. And so they're, I mean, they have.
You can do it in the next personnel meeting and then bring it back.
I would like to recommend that, have it go back to the personnel committee.
I'll just table it.
Yeah, no, motion to table and send it back to education or personnel.
Do I need to table it, so keep the number or withdraw it?
You just withdraw your motion to approve.
Yeah,
We have a number, so
Okay.
send it back. Okay.
And then this next one is just for a budget modification, so. Motion for emergency legislation.
Need a second? Kathy, question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion approved 2023-304.
Second by Jordan.
So there's a fourth whereas. Whereas the Chongulu Photo Oyate Head Start program is requesting approval for a early Head Start carryover budget in the amount of $42,926. And whereas the $42,926 will be moved to the child supply line item to purchase items such as literacy materials and books, counting, sorting toys, puzzles, shapes, and musical instruments for sensory manipulators. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the Chongulu Photo Oyate Head Start budget modification to move $42,926 in the child supply line item.
Any discussion?
I just had a quick clarifying question.
Yeah.
Did she withdraw the previous resolution of 303, so would this number then become 303?
No, so the 303 stays
on
with
one?
that
Okay,
resolution.
thank you.
Okay, any more discussion on this? Not, we need a question. Kathy? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Aaron, I gotta take off too. I gotta go to pharmacy and pick up some meds to get back to you.
We want to recess till Monday then. We have interviews tomorrow. We'll recess till Monday to get back on the regular agenda. Anything pressing treasures that we need before we recess?
No. You're probably going to be getting a lot of calls from people on the job program because I stopped the rewrite. What they've been doing is many of them will make the maximum amount of loans, and they'll take 3 or 4 payments and then they'll rewrite it. So there's never any money built up for money to loan out.
Never been.
And I'm really concerned that come Christmas time, we're not going to have any money for people to borrow. So I told people right now that until the council tells me otherwise, no more rewrites. I don't have a problem if you get a $3,000 loan, you pay it down to $500 or so, go ahead. But if you only got $1,000 of that paid off, I'm not going to let you rewrite it. Because other people can have taxes.
And there needs to be consistency. I mean, this gossip was that some people get a large amount, some people gotta rewrite up to $10,000.
And that's the other thing I wanna come back to you on, is that I wanna stop to 10,000 and just have a limit of 5,000.
That's crazy.
We have 177 people that have loans around $10,000. 177.
Employees that have left, council that have left.
Some of them have left, so we're gonna need it. So that's where a lot of the money's gone. So there's not a whole lot of money for the average person. So I wanna reverse that trend a little bit, to try to build that pool back up so everybody's back.
Okay, we'll recess till Monday. We have interviews tomorrow. I think we have maybe